The emperor looked at the bishops. His eyes showed some confusion, but it vanished in a few seconds. He started walking, slowly descending from his raised stage. He came down to the same level as the bishops, his hands behind his back. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The empire is the driving force of humanity. While you and the Holy Kingdom seek out peace and stability, we have sought out war for generations. There will be no progress until the day that we have destroyed those vermin. Even if it means us putting our arms into things we should not, he said, his tone righteous. So you indeed touched things you are not supposed to. Tell us, what is it? One of the bishops asked. He rose to his feet and walked close to the emperor, but he kept his distance. Normally I would not tell you what it is, but because you come under the name of His Holiness, and our mistake has cost us the life of a hero candidate, I'll show you. But before I show you, I'll tell you a bit about it, so sit down, the emperor said. The bishop nodded and walked to his seat. He sat down and folded his arms, leaning back into the chair, while the other bishop leaned forward, eager to hear what the emperor had to say. The emperor took a long, dramatic pose. He drew in a breath and then let it out, his eyes turning to the bishops. Over 10 years ago, that was when it started. A man would appear in my dreams. He had white hair and blue eyes. He stood tall with a sword in hand, and in front of him was an army of thousands of demons, all ready to attack, all ready to take down this man. And this man fought them all. He raged through their ranks and brought them all to their knees. He was a beautiful contrast against a blood-stained world. I had that dream for many days, and then one day, it stopped. I never thought about it again, but on one of my journeys, this person met me. He offered me something, and he told me this. This is the key to your victory. I didn't think he was real and that I was dreaming, but it was not a dream. And what he gave me was not a dream. He handed me something that he called demon blood, or the blood of a true demon. After that, he vanished, and I never saw him again. I brought that blood back to the empire, and soon after, tests began. But the blood was unlike anything we had ever seen. The potency of the blood could melt metal, and when it got into the body of a human, they raged and turned into wild, grotesque abominations before they melted into liquid. That was what happened when we first used the blood, the emperor said. He took a pause and started walking back to his throne. He sat down and looked at the bishops. Any questions so far? The bishop who had stood up before spoke. That man, why did you not search for him? You simply took what he held and allowed him to go. Can a man touch a god? The emperor asked. No, that's not possible. But what does that have to do with what I am asking you? The bishop asked, his tone slightly hostile. You will watch your tone, Bishop. Don't forget that I am only entertaining you for now. I have no respect for anyone aside from the Pope, the Emperor said, his eyes narrowing to slits. Forgive me, I didn't mean to offend you, the bishop apologized quickly. Good. Now, back to why I said a human can't touch a god. That was because as I sat beside this man, it was like I stared into power, boundless power. I have lived a very long life, and I know what power looks like. I control some of the most powerful people in this world. Yet, as I sat beside this man, I felt powerless. It was like I sat beside a mighty mountain, and I was nothing but an ant. It was not my will, but involuntary. I was forced to listen to him. I was forced to obey him. It shocked me that in this world, there was someone capable of making me feel this way. I felt small. All these factors made me trust this man and the blood that he gave. We worked with that blood, doing our best to try and harness the little that he gave us and make it into more. We also wanted to create a stable one that we could use to make our soldiers better. We created this for 10 years, slowly cultivating and testing, pushing and trying. Many lives were lost in the process to get the results we wanted. Nothing really changed until a few months back. The breakthrough was faster. We started getting closer to the truth we wanted. And as we got close, we also came to the realization that we can end this war. We can finally defeat those demons. I finally understood what the man meant when he said it would be the key. The emperor paused, waiting for the bishops to ask their questions. The second bishop stood up. He thought for a bit before he asked, "Answer me this, Emperor. You mean to say that the Empire has been in touch with true demon blood for 10 years, and in those 10 years, You have managed to keep it hidden from the Holy Kingdom and the heroes? You see, there are a lot of things you can't understand at your rank. If you were at least archbishops, you would have been privy to certain information that others would never get. I can tell you for a fact that your thoughts on this matter are wrongly placed. But if I told you about who and why they knew about the blood, I would need to kill you, and no one wants that, right? The emperor said. The bishops froze when they heard that. They knew that if the emperor wanted to kill them, a snap of his fingers would be more than enough. The emperor saw the fear in their eyes and smiled. No need to be afraid. Everything that I'm telling you now is information I can give without worrying about your lives. But let's talk a little about the hero candidate issue. After that, I'll take you to see the final stages of the demon blood experiment. We have come a long way since I got it, and this final phase can make or break it all, the emperor said. The bishops felt unsettled by the emperor's mood and willingness to show them all these things, but they didn't speak. They were getting results, and that was all that really mattered. So you said that Silver killed hero candidate Leah? The emperor asked. His expression went serious as he asked about it. Yes, like we said already, the bishops responded. Then why has none of my men told me about this? Why did it have to be the Holy Kingdom that came to tell me about it? He asked. I believe that is because all the people you sent died, one of the bishops revealed. His words shocked the emperor. What? The emperor asked with a loud shout. The one who can see the hero candidates told us about the death of the hero candidate, so we immediately sent one of our best priests, one that was capable of hiding even in plain sight. He was able to get close to the captain of the Dark Dragon, but he could only watch from a distance to avoid getting caught, and he saw it all. He saw that your entire army had been destroyed, the bishop said. A few questions are in my mind right now, and I hope you will answer. The first is, how did you make it to the kingdom so fast? The emperor asked. Emperor, even the empire is capable of long-distance teleportation, the second bishop said. To a fixed location. We can't randomly teleport somewhere as far as that unless a waypoint or node has been set up beforehand. Not only does it require a massive amount of mana, but it is also very risky for us humans. So unless the Holy Kingdom has somehow gotten a major breakthrough in teleportation, explain how you did that, the emperor said. You are pulling off track, Emperor. Your focus should be on the fact that your entire army was wiped out in such a small kingdom, the bishop said. You seem to not understand something, Bishop. I understand very well what is happening. The fact that a dead hero candidate, killed by the Demon King candidate, means the beginning of a war. The fact that they somehow managed to kill my army a broken bar, but you need to understand that me knowing how you teleported to that kingdom is important. Right now, we are already at war, a losing battle at that, because we just lost one of our next generation of heroes. One important thing that we need to stand a chance is movement. If there is anything those demons have over us, it's that they have the ability to move. The dragons and wyverns have the sky, and they do it better than we ever could. The fairies and spirits are so good at teleportation and portals that it makes what we do look useless. Our ability to adapt and find solutions is what helps us. So right now, I need to know, how did you teleport to the kingdom? The emperor explained, and from his tone, the bishops knew he was no longer asking. All right, Emperor, we will tell you. When we use the one that has eyes on all the hero candidates, she can access places that the hero candidate has seen before, creating an image so perfect that it allows our teleportation team to create a portal very easily. So that was the method used. We extracted an image that hero candidate Leah had seen near the kingdom and teleported the priest there, the bishop explained. Will you all cut the crap already? The emperor suddenly roared. He rose from his seat, and the bishops jumped in fright. I have sat here listening to you two spew stupid bullshit. I know that the Holy Kingdom is in charge of watching the candidates until they become heroes, but there is no such thing as the one that sees the hero candidates. You found out that Leah was dead through another means, and you are lying to me. You have been ever since you walked in. The only things you have said that are true are the fact that my army got killed and that Leah died. Everything else that you both have said is not true, so I wonder why you came here. What did you seek to gain with these lies? The emperor asked. The bishops looked at the emperor in shock, not knowing how he saw through their lies. "Well, no need for you to tell me at all. I already know the reason, you conniving bastards. Tell me, how much credit were you promised if you managed to lie to me?" the emperor asked. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a man walked in. He had a black bishop robe on him and a red cap on his head. Archbishop Millen. Both bishops fell to the ground, bowing to the bishop. They would get no credits. These two bishops acted on their own. They took information that was not yet ready to be released and came to tell you. The reason they had to lie is because of the holy oath that refuses to allow them to tell anything we at the Holy Kingdom consider a secret, so they had to make a workaround. What they really sought after was to gain favor from you. Now that war is near, they believe you are the safer option, and they ran to you. Or is my thinking flawed? Millen asked the bishops. The bishops on the floor trembled in fear as they heard the voice of the archbishop. Their fear increased several folds when he analyzed their plan from beginning to end. "Are you now going to answer your archbishop?" the emperor roared, his voice so loud it caused the throne room to tremble. The bishops shook in fear. They understood that whatever move they made here would determine what would happen to them. "Archbishop Millen, I had nothing to do with the planning of this. It was Bishop Roswell who lured me. He came to me with sweet words, telling me of the gains that would be gotten from siding with the empire." The bishop to the right spoke, trying to push the blame onto the other bishop. But the second bishop was not going to take such lying down. He raised his head immediately and pointed at the other bishop. "Bishop Conan is lying. He was the one that set this whole scam, wanting to be more than just a mere bishop," Roswell said with complete honesty. His eyes looked like the eyes of an honest man, a man that would never lie a day in his life. "I do not understand why both of you still refer to yourselves as bishops," Millen said. He walked closer to them, his steps heavy in their ears. "According to the laws that govern us, when a priest or bishop forgets their path of self-denial and self-sacrifice, they should be stripped of their standing as bishops and priests. The both of you, Conan and Roswell, you are no longer bishops. You are nothing but ordinary humans now," Millen said with a cold, harsh voice. His tone showed that he had no emotions toward the two bishops at all. The emperor stared at them. He pulled out a sword, a simple-looking sword, yet it had some sort of elegance to it. "You both are no longer under the protection of the Holy Kingdom. I could have already killed you regardless, but for the sake of keeping the peace with the Holy Kingdom at this time of war, I refrained from doing so," the emperor said and slowly started walking down. The bishops saw the emperor walking toward them. They shivered in fear and began begging. "Please, don't. We beg of you, Emperor," Roswell cried out, his voice loud and pitiful. But before he could say more, the emperor stabbed the blade through the back of his head. He pulled out the sword and walked to Conan. He got so scared that he wet himself, losing all control of his bowels. "Filthy," the emperor said and swung his blade, decapitating Conan. He put the sword back into his ring and walked back to his throne. He sat down and looked at Millen. "Is this the trash that you and your Holy Kingdom raise?" the emperor asked. "You'll always find weeds even amongst flowers," Millen said. "I believe you are here to tell me the actual details of what happened since you said the bishops lied," the emperor said. "It is shocking that none of your men have gotten information about what happened and reported it to you." "Is this the sort of empire you run?" Millen asked. "My men still believe that we are at war with that kingdom. They believe that word will be sent to them after the war has reached a reasonable level," the emperor said. "Well, then your men shall wait indefinitely because you lost all your army. And a hero candidate has also been killed. I don't know what these two idiots told you, but we will not be divulging how we found out so fast. It is considered a secret of the Holy Kingdom, and that's why the bishops could not speak or show it to you," Millen said. "I have no want for whatever means you used. I had only asked those two before because I knew they were lying. I already know of the oath and understand that the people from the Holy Kingdom could not divulge information that was considered secret. But about the issue of the hero candidate, have the hearts been alerted? What is the plan of action? Where do we head from here?" The emperor asked several questions, though he wasn't really looking for answers. Silver stood in front of 1,000 abyssal creatures that had now become his summons. He stood there, struggling to catch his breath while admiring his newest and terrifyingly strong army. Although the system had gone, The 10 times effect of his legacy still worked, and so all the summons were now jacked up. "I'm coming for the Empire. I'll make them pay," Silver said in a low tone. The Empire came at him with demonized. He would go at them with abyssal creatures. For everyone that he had lost and for everything he had been through, he was done holding back, done taking the easy way out. This was war, and he was a demon king, so he would act like one. Silver turned round. His clones stood behind him, each one looking at him with a smile. They had slowly grown their own personalities, slightly different from the original Silver, and though they all thought and did the same things, there was a little bit of uniqueness to each one. "I guess I can't really call you guys clones anymore. You are more like extensions of me at this point. Each one of you can be me and still be you at the same time," Silver said. "We have no plans to be you, Silver, because there can only be one you," a clone said. "Yes, everything here was made possible because of you, and without you, it all stops existing," another clone said, and all the others nodded in agreement. "Thank you," Silver said. His expression changed into a cold one again. "Let's bury the dead and go send some more people into the land of the dead," he said, and the time finally went off the plane. After fighting for several hours, it was now night. That night, Silver and everyone that was still there buried their dead outside the capital. They watched as the flames turned bodies to charcoal. No one uttered a word. There was nothing to be said that hadn't been known already. After the burial was completed, Silver realized that he had not seen Gabriel and Rose. He assumed that they died as well, but he decided to still ask. So he went to find Amber, who was seated on a rock a small distance away. She placed her elbows on her knee and used her palms to prop her head up. When she noticed Silver heading her way, she looked at him. Silver gave a small wave and then walked to her side. "I didn't see Rose and Gabriel," he said. She didn't look at him, but she replied, "They are fine. Before this all happened, my father asked to see them. He wanted to see the half-elf that went through all that, so I sent them there. They were lucky they survived this whole thing," Amber said. "I see. Thank you. You know we can't stay here any longer, right?" Amber said. "Yes, I know. We have two choices, take the war to the Empire or head to the Demon Kings," Silver said. "So what do you plan to do? Head to the Empire and wage war, or wait till you become a Demon King?" Amber said. "I was heated up today, and I almost made the decision to go and start the war with the Empire. I forgot that I had killed a hero candidate. This is no longer a war that only I will be fighting. I'll be fighting against the Empire, against the heroes, and against the original families. This is a war that I would say is beyond me, but then again, me accepting this fact is something I would normally never do. The Empire attacked me, not the Demon Kings. I was the one that decided to kill Leah. She stabbed me in the back. I don't care what her motivation was or what the reason for her actions was. All I care about is that she killed Mike. Her demonized soldiers ran rampant around my kingdom and tore it to shreds. So this is my battle. This is my war. This is my fight," Silver said. He looked up. "You haven't said your plan yet, Silver. What do you want to do? You can't refuse the Demon Kings. They will come for you. After all, you are the one that started the whole war. They will not allow you to make your own decisions anymore," Amber said. "I understand that, Amber, but you seem to forget, in a few days, we are the ones that will take the mantle of the Demon Kings, and the old ones will no longer be. So what's so bad if I start my rule a few days early?" Silver said. "I see, so you do plan on fighting against the Empire," she said. "Yes, but I will not be taking you all. Only the Guardians will go with me. I have put you all at so much risk that it's unfair to keep doing it," Silver said. "We never said anything about it. We wanted to help," Amber said. "I can't do that anymore, Amber. You'll have to return home. I'm sure your father will want you back when he gets word of what's happening. I don't want to pull you all in just because you want to be with me. That's just cruel. So I'll beg you now, take the others, Quinn, Leah, Faye, and Aaron. Take them with you to the Elf Empire. Keep them safe for me. This is all I ask, and I'll do whatever you please," Silver said. He didn't look her in the eyes. He kept looking forward as he spoke. "What I want, huh?" Amber said. She stood up and walked in front of Silver. Suddenly, she pulled him in, her soft lips pressing against his own. Their lips locked, and for a second, Everything turned black for Silver. Before he could understand what had happened, she pulled away. "So that's what you taste like." "I'll remember that," Amber said and walked away. Silver stood there, watching her walk off, his mind still fuzzy from her kiss. He sat down on the rock she had left. He watched her head toward the fire. "When I come back from all this, and everything is finally over, I'll make sure that I tell you all I love you. I'll do my best to retain my sanity in all this, just so that I can meet you all and tell you that," Silver thought as he sat there. Amber found the others. She called them all to sit near the fire. When everyone was there, she started speaking. "I know we are all enraged, pained, and angry at the situation that we are in, but I have something to say. Silver is going to battle with the Empire, and he won't be taking us," she said. Immediately after, they all burst into disagreement, everyone saying why they would not allow him to do this. The only person that didn't speak was Quinn. He watched quietly, but when the noise got too much, he finally spoke. "Enough. None of us are going with him, and that's final. Do you all that know the stress and pain that he is going through? Having to carry the burden that all this was his fault. He lost his parents, his brother, and many others today. He lost everything he built and everything he had. And he blames himself for this. He feels if he had made the right decisions, none of this would have happened. We are what is left of the people that Silver calls family, and he wants to keep us safe. He doesn't want to lose any of you. I can understand why. We are not as strong as the Guardians or the Summons. We will only be a distraction because he'll be trying to save us every time. So we are all going to honor what he said. And if you feel like you should be among, then get stronger." After what Quinn said, no one thought to say anything again. They decided that they would simply listen and do what Silver wanted. "Silver wants us to head to the Elf Empire. I'll contact my father tonight, babe. Tell him of the development. Tomorrow morning, we will leave," Amber said. "I don't get it, though," Aaron said. "What's that?" Quinn asked. "This whole thing. I don't understand it. Our lives, everything, seems like some sort of massive lie that we can't seem to control. Yet somehow, Silver knows what is happening behind the scenes. I get that Silver is special, but the question we have never asked ourselves is why he is special. I don't understand because there is no special person that exists without a use. The heroes and demon kings have a use, but Silver is far more special than them, so his use can't be the same as theirs. So I don't get what it is that makes Silver special. If I understood what it was, maybe I would be able to help him more," Aaron said. "It's the same for me. The only people that I believe have a look into what he carries and why he is the way that he is are the Guardians," Quinn said. He picked up a pebble and tossed it into the air before catching it. "But we have more chance of getting it out of Silver himself than out of the Guardians. They have been friendly with us all this while, but in reality, none of them really have a connection with us. And I can understand why. To them, we are weak drawbacks for Silver, stopping him from being what he needs to be," Quinn said. He tossed the stone again and caught it. "So what is the reason for this?" Leo asked. She was confused as to why Aaron and Quinn were saying all this. "It's for a simple reason," Aaron said and looked at Quinn. "To find the truth behind Silver and to understand the motives behind what he does." Aaron looked at Amber. "Amber, you are a princess and also a demon king candidate. You have access to things that many people don't, information and lots more. I want information on the dark dragons, their past, their truths, and the details of their lives. Maybe we can get some information about Silver from there," Aaron explained. "It's possible. If I take you to the Grand Library, there should be information about the dark dragons there, enough for you to get something useful," Amber said. The night passed, and morning came a new day, with new possibilities. But to Silver, it was the day that he said goodbye to his family. Amber prepared the portal for them to head back to the Elf Empire. Quinn walked to Silver. He stretched out a hand to shake, but Silver went for a hug. After a few seconds, Silver let go. "That's new," Quinn said. "May never get to do it again." "Might as well do it now," Silver said. "I know you, Silver. You won't die anytime soon," Quinn said. "I think we have established that I am not the best at protecting life," Silver said as a joke. "Nah, all that happened was a fluke. I wish it was a dream and that I could actually live a happy, married life, but I can't. And that's why you're going to go and take revenge. For my sake and our parents' sake, The vengeance loses meaning when you die, so you can't die. That would be taking defeat, Quinn said. He patted Silver's shoulder and walked away, entering the portal. Leah was next. She walked to Silver and hugged him tightly. You and Quinn are all I have left, and I'm not losing either. So be safe. You aren't allowed to die, and you have to come back to me no matter what. Do you understand? She asked in a crying tone. Hey, I thought you wanted me to see you as a woman and not a sister. How can I if you are tearing up like this? Silver said. She heard that and hit his chest with a small punch. She let go of Silver and walked to the portal. She looked back one last time and walked into it. After her, Faye walked up. She didn't hug or shake Silver, she just stood and looked him in the eye. You understand that we are yet to finish the sword practice we started all that time ago in the forest? Yeah, that it was just some months back, yet it feels like it has been years, Silver said and then hugged her. He let her go, and then she walked into the portal. She looked back at Silver at the last moment before entering. Aaron was the last person. He walked to Silver, and before he could say anything, Silver hugged him. I know what you want to say, and honestly, you don't need to. Everything you did was to ensure that I was on the right path. You tried to make sure I didn't do too much. Sadly, you won't be with me for this part of the journey, and I'm certain that I'll go overboard. I'm sorry, Silver said. Don't apologize. This time, you deserve to go all out. After everything that happened, there is no way I'm telling you to stop, Aaron said. He left Silver and entered the portal. Amber nodded at Silver before she walked into the portal as well. As the portal closed, Silver's expression darkened. All the light and shining mood he had shown vanished. The only people with him now were the guardians at Dawn, Galen, and Fang. Silver raised his hands, and suddenly, abyssal creatures his summonser started appearing. It continued until there were about 1,000. The guardians, Fang, Galen, and Dawn were shocked when they saw this. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. Drake, Lily, head to the labyrinth and take the core. Lead the abominations as well, all of them. We are kickstarting this war, Silver said. Drake and Lily nodded, immediately teleporting to the labyrinth. Drake and Lily soon led an army of more than 500 to 1,000 abominations to where Silver stood with the abyssal army. When they arrived, the mixture of the abominations and the abyssal creatures made a very terrifying image. Some of the abominations and abyssal creatures could fly, so Silver had them fly up to watch above while they moved on land. After everything was set up, Drake walked to Silver. He stood beside Silver and looked at their army. So what do we do now, Master? Drake asked. Well, we start war with humanity. We will take every kingdom in our way, rip them to the ground, and grow our army until it is endless, Silver said. There was still a lot more he was yet to summon, like his skeletal army, but he would do that when he got into battle. So whatever comes in our way, we tear them down? Drake asked. Correct. Our war is with humanity and not with the Empire alone. We will be a plague, Silver said. He looked at the army before him. Move out, he ordered, and they immediately started moving in formation, abominations and summons alike. Fang, Galen, Dawn, Jade, and Silox, you four head to the front of the line. That's your position for now, Silver said. The four of them bowed slightly and made their way to the front of the line, leading the army. Silver, Drake, Lily, and the rest were at the back, with Kratos flying above them. The march had begun, and their pace was not slow. They moved faster than horses and covered a long distance in a short time. Silver wanted to get this over with, so he made sure that they traveled fast. The first place they would have to go through on the way to the Empire was Ronan, and Silver wanted to wipe that place off the face of the map completely. He had a plan that would involve him causing a massive rabbit wave. He would use his army to force the rabbits into running, and they would enter Ronan in their thousands. If they made it into Ronan, the rabbits would begin the job of causing extreme havoc. The people would already be in disarray before Silver even arrived, and so they would have the advantage. In the fight, a tall tower stood in the middle of nowhere, its walls black as the night, its aura like the abyss. Darkness clouds surrounded this tower, lightning and thunder ravaged the skies, and lightning hit the ground. With every strike, A force so powerful caused an explosion so massive that craters were left. Not a single living thing could be seen around it for as far as tens of kilometers. The soil was dead and completely empty, a barren space where the day seemed non-existent, and only the dark of night survived. The only light that existed there was the crystal at the top of the tower, shining its light like a beacon to help lost people know where to go. Yet, no one would dare come near this tower. A figure could be seen approaching the doors of this tower. A woman. She walked without any caution, like she already knew what to expect. The lightning avoided her, as if she had a way to repel it. This figure was none other than the Demon King Elaine. She stood before the door and placed her hands on it. A light shined under her hands, and the door opened by itself, letting her in. Immediately after she stepped in, the door closed, and a spiral of stairs started appearing. She started ascending, and with each step she took, another stair would appear, while one disappeared behind her. She walked up, her face emotionless as she kept climbing. She set up several stairs, and then the stairs stopped coming. "I'm in no mood to play now, Lilith," Elaine said. "Oh, come on, have a little fun," a childish voice spoke out of nowhere. "We are not here for fun. There is war at hand, and we need to plan," Elaine said. "You already know what is going to happen, right, Elaine? Since you have the fate lines, you don't need planning. Also, what else are we going to do?" "We must fight as expected," the voice of Lilith said. "All that doesn't matter now. Allow me to get to the meeting hall," Elaine said. "Why are you in such a rush?" "Valora is up the throwing a tantrum about the fact that you had the child, the Demon King candidate, and you let him live the life he wanted. I had to leave there." "The meeting had not even started, and I already had a headache," Lilith said. "It's impossible for you to have a headache, Lilith," Elaine said. "Well, Valora has proved that wrong," Lilith responded. "That bloodsucker has a way of getting on people's nerves. She feels special because she rules the vampire race in secret," Elaine said. "Ugh, that reminds me. I had some things to do with Valora a few months back, and she took me to the vampire realm. It's very well hidden and secure, even more than the Elf Empire. It's eternally night there, and only artificial light is used. The place is pretty good. I could learn to live there," Lilith said. "Lilith, allow me to get to the meeting. If I let you keep talking, you will go off track and never stop. A lot is at stake here, and the others are waiting for me," Elaine said. "Sigh, boo, you are no fun today." "Well, either way, I'll see you at the top," Lilith said, and her voice vanished. As soon as her voice vanished, the stairs started appearing again, and Elaine continued climbing up. After a while, she finally reached the end of the stairs, and it led to a massive double door that should normally not fit into the architecture of this tower, but somehow, it did. She placed both hands on the door and pushed it open. The doors opened, revealing a very large circular room. The room was illuminated by a large crystal at the center, and there were 14 chairs with certain figures seated on them. Immediately after Elaine answered, Lilith yelled her name and flew to her immediately with her fairy wings. Lilith was a beautiful young girl. She had silky white hair and completely silver eyes. Her skin was pale and looked very delicate. She was dressed in a white dress, giving her an angelic look. Lilith immediately hugged Elaine tightly. "What's with so much affection?" Elaine said. "Nothing much, everyone here is just arguing, mostly Valora. She is the one at the front of it all," Lilith said. "What are you saying, Lilith?" A voice sounded behind Lilith. Lilith squealed and flew to the back of Elaine. Standing in front of Elaine was none other than Valora. She had blood-red hair and eyes that matched her blood-red gown with black accessories. Her skin was as white as paper, like there was no blood at all. She stared at Elaine with cold eyes and then spoke. "If it isn't the cause of the whole issue," Valora said. "Don't try to pin anything on me, Valora. If it was so easy, you could have gone and done it yourself," Elaine said. "If I had been the one there, I would have dragged that boy out and brought him back here," Valora said. "Because you think it's so easy? You don't even know Silver and what he can be like, but I can assure you that even if I wanted to drag him, I wouldn't be able to do it myself," Elaine said. "That's crap. You just don't want to do it. You are of the rarest and strongest race, and you're a Demon King." "What do you mean you couldn't pull a Demon King candidate?" Valora asked. Ladies, Let's not get heated up. We have a meeting to start. Everyone is here now, so let's get that started." A slim-looking man came to their side and spoke. He had a very nice black knee-length jacket on, with subtle red designs. His hair was black, and his eyes were black, but with a slight reddish glow inside. As he spoke, both women stopped and looked at him. "Fine, I'll sit, but that's because of you, Dagon," Valor said. "Much appreciated," Dagon said and gave a slight bow. Valor walked away without saying anything more. Dagon turned his attention to Elaine and greeted her with a smile. "It's nice to see you, Elaine," Dagon said. "It's been a while." "It's nice to see you, Dagon." "How's life been handling the dragons?" Elaine asked. "Same old. They are busy trying to start wars. I've not really been involved in their issues. It would be unfair," Dagon said. "I guess that's true. Let's head in for the meeting. We have a lot to talk about, I'm guessing," Elaine said. "Indeed, we have," Dagon said and walked in as well. Lilith came out from behind Elaine and skipped to her seat. Elaine also walked in. The chairs were set in a circular formation. She walked in and sat down. All the other Demon Kings were seated already. There was the leader and the strongest Demon King, Demon, whom Elaine had met. He was the Dragon Demon King, a very powerful red dragon. He was well known for his flames that could melt anything and his speed that allowed him to traverse far distances in mere instants. His nature was calm and collected, but when he transformed and got into fighting, he was extremely terrifying. The second was a beautiful lady with fiery red hair and eyes. She was Sephiris, the Phoenix, one of the rarest races, even rarer than the Fenrir. It was not that the Phoenixes were few in number, but they hid away so well that people could never see them. Sephiris had a calm look on her face. She emanated a warm energy that made people around her feel comfortable. But behind all that was the undying queen with unquenchable flames. She was known to get stronger after every death she faced. She would rise again and come back stronger. Then there was the third strongest Demon King, Elaine, the Fenrir. She was the most social of the Demon Kings, and so she was the one that went out more. The fact that she could see the fate lines and know what would happen to people made her a terrifying figure to deal with. Elaine was the leader of the Fenrir, as their race stated that the strongest were the rulers. Though she never did anything in the race, she delegated her rulership to others. Then there was Valora, the blood-sucking vampire queen, the strongest immortal vampire, an offspring of the earliest vampires. She was cold and detached, but underneath that, she was caring and a really wonderful person, though she hated humans with a hate so great that none of the other Demon Kings could understand. She was known for a special type of magic, a blood magic. Her manipulation of blood was extremely scary. She could evaporate the blood of entire cities, killing everyone inside. Just like the Phoenixes, she and the vampire race were well hidden, not allowing people to get in easily. Those were the top 4 strongest Demon Kings of the total of 14, and after Valor was Lilith, the master of chaos, reality, and the strongest mage. Lilith was only the 5th strongest because of her reluctance to actually fight or go all out. Her strength was rumored to be the same, if not more, than Dagon's, especially her curse. But for some reason, she would never actually use her real strength. She always held back. No matter how hard it got, she would never allow her real power to show. She was the ray of sunshine amongst the Demon Kings, and because of that, the Demon Kings protected her like an egg. The next after Lilith was Zephyra, from the spirit race, and she was someone that fit the term free spirit, hardly ever concerning herself with the matters around her and just doing whatever she wanted. She had black hair and eyes. She wore what looked like a man's jacket, but it was long all the way to her knee. She sat cross-legged, her head facing the ceiling in a nonchalant manner, like what was happening here didn't have anything to do with her. Though she was this way, she knew how to come through when it really mattered. The next Demon King in the roster was Elise, the Elven Demon King. She was the definition of world-shattering beauty. Her golden flowing hair stood out everywhere, and so did her gold eyes as well. Her skin was extremely smooth, like it had never seen any blemish. She looked like a woman in her mid-20s, Though she was far older than that, she carried the aura of a proud ruler. Even her mannerisms and the way she subtly behaved gave off the vibe of a ruler. Her pride came close to even surpassing that of Dagon. She possessed a powerful connection to the World Tree, though she was not the one to inherit it. The World Tree still guided her and gave her its power when she really needed it the most. The next in the roster was the Leviathan, Malphas. He was a middle-aged man seated there with a scruffy beard and a rough demeanor. But his eyes looked like the abyss, the depths of it hard to end. It was as though if one stared into it, they would be trapped inside the eyes forever. Though he looked a bit scattered, there was a prestigious aura around him, one that no one could deny was there. Then there was Raphael, the king of the Arachnids. He was the strongest of the race, and he ended up getting chosen to be the one that would be a demon king. He was a calm, handsome dude with silver hair and eyes. His skin was pale, so much that it was on the same level as that of Valora. He put on a white suit with black patterns, seated like a proper gentleman. Normally, Arachnids were females, but in every generation, a few males were born, and when they were born, they grew to be stronger than the females. They normally became the rulers during their time. Raphael was seated next to the next demon king in the roster, and that was Mark, the Minotaur. He was the first Minotaur to become a demon king in history. Their race was considered powerful, but not enough to be a demon king. But somehow, he managed to change all that during his time and became a demon king. And his spot was never argued because his strength, even before his curse, was exceptional, and everyone knew about that, so they never argued it. These were the top 10 demon kings, their ranks chosen from their strength in battles and their levels. After these 10 was the final 4 demon kings. One was Roku, a dragon as well, but he was not the same as Dagon. He was a crystal dragon, a special breed of dragons. His dragon race affected his human form, making him have shiny, crystal-looking hair and eyes. The crystal dragon race was the race known to be close in strength to the red dragons, but they suffered from a lack of population, and so they could never contend for the top spot in the race. After Oka was Mir, the dark elf. She was an elf who, rather than being in tune with nature and life, was born with an affinity for death, darkness, and chaos. That was the difference that existed between elves and dark elves, the separation and gap between them. Her skin was a light, beautiful grey color. She had purple eyes and hair. She was almost as stunning as Elise, only falling short by a little bit in the way of beauty. The 13th Demon King was an unexpected figure, one that no one would even expect. It was the Spike Demon King, Vladis. Unlike the other Demon Kings, Vladis received his curse at birth, the moment his parents' slime separated into creating him. He received his curse, and that allowed him to grow fast. He was a very special abnormality, and even though he was number 13, the Demon Kings respected him. After all, he was the first Demon King that was a slime. Even though the Minotaur was the first as well, his case was not as unexpected like Vladis. Vladis sat there in the body of a 12-year-old. He had light blue hair and eyes, and pale skin. He leaned back into his chair, relaxing and watching everyone else. The final Demon King was called Star, and she was a spirit as well. She was considered the weakest because she was the one that had shown the lowest strength. Sometimes the Demon Kings felt she was simply holding back because she hated work and was trying to look lazy, but no one really bothered about that. They let her do what she wanted to do. Her human form was a pretty girl in her late teens, with black hair, but her eyes showed her unwillingness to be here, like she would rather be anywhere else than here. Now that all the Demon Kings were seated, Dagon spoke. "Thank you all for making it here to this meeting. I can already guess that everyone already knows the reason why we are here. A final war before our generation is done has started, and that is because one of the Demon King candidates killed a hero candidate. That simply means he breached the peace contract, and per agreement, the heroes will surely begin the war. We are here now to talk about dealing with the wars and ultimately taking control of Silver as well. He needs to be stopped from making more decisions. Before we go deeper into the meeting, let's allow Elaine to talk." She was seemingly the one in charge of handling Rays. She was even there with a hero, but then all of a sudden, she and that hero walked away and left Silver alone to do what he did best. And as such, the result is a war that no one was expecting in any way. I'm sure everyone here is eager to know what happened exactly and why you didn't stay and watch Silver like you agreed to. So, Elaine, clue us in on what really happened, Dagon said. Elaine frowned. This had always been how Dagon was. He was kind and normal when you spoke to him one-on-one, but when it got to official things like this, he became the dragon that he was. I didn't just want to leave Silver, but I couldn't stay anymore. We underestimated that kid too much. We don't understand him, but I got to see a side of that kid that sent shivers up my spine. We think we are at the top of this world, but that kid sees powers that even we could only dream of seeing. He was more powerful than I expected. His strength truly rivals the Demon King's already, if not surpasses it. As crazy as it sounds, he isn't here with the same mission that we are here for. He has something else to do in this world. His fate lines are already more connected to many lives than ours will ever be, and every day, it gets more and more complex. He is even connected to all our fate lines, and that is to say that if Silver is removed, this world might collapse or face something extremely terrible, Elaine said. Don't you feel that's a bit too extreme, Elaine? Valora asked. You can't doubt my ability to predict future happenings, Valora. As much as I can't tell you the details of what it is that I see, Silver is not really someone that our powers and strength can touch anymore. He fought beings from outside this world, beings that threatened to come to this world and start a war. And before you think my words are lies, White Fang, the hero, also saw it as well. He was there with me. They are beings so powerful they brought me to my knees. I couldn't move or make a single attack. I was not to tell of this, but now the situation has become dire, and a great war is at foot, Elaine said. Everyone went quiet after hearing what Elaine had to say. There was no way that Elaine would make up such a story. You mean to say Demon Candidate Silver is more than just a demon candidate, and there is more to him? Dagon asked. Didn't we all already know that? He is a dark dragon, one that spawned from a human parenthood. He was not supposed to have such abilities. Yet it seemed that the goddess gave him some sort of legacy that made him into a dragona and a dark one. All of us have access to the history books, and we all know what the first dark dragon was. He was the first being to become a demon lord, the strongest to exist, and after that, he broke free of this world somehow, and that's where his story ends. What if he died somewhere? The world Binder, we know nothing about that, and from what I saw, that world outside had more dangers than we could think. So it's very possible that the Dark Dragon, the Demon Lord, died. But he was supposedly the strongest, and now the goddess wants to create a new Dark Dragon Demon Lord, one stronger than the last. So that's Silver, his beginning, his way of doing things, his growth. That all this lines up with the possibility that the goddess was simply trying to recreate the Dark Dragon Demon Lord and actually make a better version. So what I think is that it is impossible to actually stop Silver. He would rather die than follow what we have to do, because someone stronger and greater has already given him instructions to follow. Either those instructions are what are driving him, or he wants to go against that person and is refusing to do what she said by doing what he wants. If any of you had as much time as I have had with that kid, you would know that he has a process to everything. He has some sort of plan that we don't see, Elaine explained. The room went quiet again. No one spoke for a bit, and then Valora spoke up. We understand what you are saying, and it might be true, but the main issue is that the war has already started. Let's leave Silver be and follow the code that we are all bound to. We should fight the war that we are to fight. Silver will become a demon lord in weeks or less, and we will have to pass the responsibility down to him. Then the code will force him to do what he needs to do. For now, let's get Silver out of all our minds, she said. That's true. The war is the most important, after all, Lilith said. Fine. The issue of Silver is set aside for now, Dagon said. He stood up and walked to the center. Now, about the war, you know we already have the lead in it, right? We just have to drag it along until the next generation takes our seat. When they do, the advantage will be fully in their hands, because the heroes will be one person down. And with some luck, Silver might actually buy enough time to make the Demon Kings finally win this fight and end the war. All this is conjecture. But what's important is that as we leave here today, we all mobilize our greatest armies and start the march. There is no tactic to the Great War. Well, Not in the beginning, so we move out fierce. The host of Silver's army made it to the border of the White Rabbit field. Their arrival was like the coming of death. Silver raised his hand, and the army behind him stopped. He looked into the distance. This is where we make the march. We will be forcing all the rabbits into running, headed right for the kingdom ahead, Silver said. He paused for a moment, taking a look at the field, and then he raised his hands, and the army charged forward, abominations and abyssal monsters alike. The charge caused the field to rumble, and in a few seconds, the rabbits leapt out, ready to charge at whatever was headed their way. But the abyssal monsters and the abominations were not something they could take on, and a massacre followed. The rabbits started dying in large numbers, and they immediately understood that this was not their fight. Even with their numbers, they could not defeat enemies of this strength. So they all turned tail and started running in the opposite direction as Silver wanted. The rabbits up front saw their brethren running as well and decided to follow the flock. They had an innate herd-like instinct, which meant they did things together. All they needed was for a small group to make a decision, and after that, everyone followed. Now, I love to see a plan work well, Silver said as he watched the armies rush forward at a very crazy speed. When do you think they will make it to Ronan? Silver asked Lily. At best, in 2 hours. With that speed, they'll make it right through the field, she said in response. I see. With the rabbits, we will run through the entire Ronan. They possess a relatively weak army. Sadly, they are not really what I would consider an opponent, just roadblocks, Silver said, and then transformed into his full dragon form. They all got on his back, and he shot into the air. He flew over the army below that was chasing the rabbits toward Ronan. The rabbits increased in number as more and more of the field was covered, and after a good amount of time, they had made all the rabbits come out and charge into the nearest town, crossing the border of Ronan. The people inside the town heard the rumbling sounds, and soon the rabbits came into view, and panic set in. They started running and trying to make it out of the town. Silver made a quick fly around the border of the town. He used his dragon breath, creating high walls of purple flames around the town, rising as high as 10 feet tall. The walls of flames would not allow anyone to leave, as the heat would not only immediately consume their bodies, but their souls would burn into nothing. And so the massacre started. The rabbits poured into the town. They saw the humans, and to them, the humans looked easier than the army chasing them, so they all decided to get rid of the people blocking them. Teeth began sinking into legs and limbs, and a bloody scene began unfolding. A man ran through the town with a sword in his hands. He yelled as he ran, his eyes darting all around to ensure that no rabbit got to him. But out of his blind spot, a rabbit leapt onto his neck and bit deeply into it. Blood splattered from his neck. The man yelled out in pain and started swinging his blade around, but another rabbit leapt onto his arm and bit into it, forcing him to let go of the sword. More and more rabbits gathered around him and began eating into his body. He yelled, falling to the ground. The blood made a pool underneath him as his shouts continued resounding, and after a while, his shouts stopped. Silver watched all these scenes take place. His army was yet to even reach the town, and the rabbits were already decimating it. This was easy, Lily said from his back. It was, Silver responded. He flew past the town and landed on the road to the next, then transformed back. He looked at Dawn. You are the only person that might have an issue with what I am doing here right now. Is there anything you would want to say? Silver asked Dawn. Everyone turned to look at her, waiting to see what she would say. They killed our friends. They killed people that we knew. Regardless of who they are, babies, old people, none of that matters. They have never cared about what we wanted. All these humans have done is take and take. Even when there was no war. My tribe and many other races are victims of their crazy actions. I think it's time that they get a taste of their own medicine, Dawn said, her voice resolute. Great, because there is no stopping for us now. Our hands are dipped in this too much, and there is no regret, Silver said. He watched the town surrounded in flames. He could still hear screams inside. After a while, he allowed the flames to go out because the rabbits had completely run through the town. And now it was time for them to go to the next. Let's head in. The army will catch up with us, Silver said, and walked towards the next town. The rabbits tore through that town in minutes. The blood of the people, men, women, and children, filled the ground and walls. The entire town was painted red. The rabbits passed through the town and scattered in different directions, heading deeper into Ronan. Soon, Silver's army also made it into the town that had just been run through, and since there was nothing to do there, they continued their march. This movement would go on until they completely decimated Ronan in only a day, and then Silver would move to the next, until the Empire made their move. In less than an hour, the rabbit wave had hit several towns and had already started a major panic in Ronan. Besides the rabbits, the army had also made it into towns, and the war truly began. Silver, on the other hand, was headed for the capital. He flew there with the others on his back and reached the capital in only a few minutes. As soon as the people of the capital spotted the dragon in the sky, the entire kingdom was thrown into panic. But that was only the beginning, as each guardian leapt down from Silver's back and landed at different sides of the capital. So did Dawn, Callan, and Fang. Drake landed on the ground. The humans were panicking, running around, trying to find a way to be safe from the fact that there was a dragon above them. Their panic and confusion made them unable to see the vampire that stood there. He raised his hands into the air, and a huge ball of pure blood started forming above his head. It got so large that the size created a massive shadow that made everyone around them notice it. They froze, looking at the massive ball of blood. They didn't understand what was happening. First a dragon, and now blood floating above them. Their curiosity got the better of them, and they stared at the blood rather than run. All of a sudden, the orb changed into small spikes of blood, all 1 foot long and floating in the sky, ready to fire and rip through all of them. Master has always been merciful, carrying humans along despite the fact that they are the scorn of this world, but now, no more, you will die, Drake said in a cold tone and fired all the blood spikes in all directions. It was at this point that the people knew that this was a terrible thing. They all started trying to run, but the blood spikes were too fast. They stabbed into people, stretching dozens of kilometers away, littering the floor with bodies of the old, young, and all. The spikes didn't kill all the people they stabbed, though, so Drake raised his hands again and conjured a bigger blood ball, then started firing it again. This time, the attacks killed the people. The ground was littered with dead bodies, and blood painted the floor. Drake looked at this, created a blood sword, and started walking through the bodies like they were nothing. The smell of blood wafted into his nose, his eyes glowed a subtle red, and a smirk formed on his face. He raised his hand as he walked, and the blood on the ground gathered together and created a massive sword above his head. He looked far into the distance, seeing the castle that was standing there. I should announce to them that we have arrived, Drake said, and then shot the blood sword toward the castle with so much speed that when it hit the walls of the castle, it destroyed one wing of the castle. A few minutes after the attack started in the capital, the army of Ronan was mobilized to fight. They moved out in their numbers, searching for the threat that had come to face them. Another group of mages that studied explosive spells gathered at the tallest tower of the castle, ready to attack the dragon that was flying above. The eldest mage in the castle watched through the space there, looking at Silver flying around the capital. The man was very old, with a long white beard and a bald head. He started giving out instructions to the mages there. You all have already been trained in this. Now your training is needed. We might only get one chance at taking the dragon down. If we fail, we might as well kiss our lives goodbye. You must all hold your hands and conjure the spell to call Heaven's Tribulation, of the Chaos level spell that has no element. I will be the conduit for the spell, and it will be channeled through me. You can't get the words wrong, or we might end up killing ourselves, the man said. He walked to the center of the mages, and they held their hands around him. All of them closed their eyes and started chanting one spell in unison. The spell they were trying to cast was a chaos level spell, and so one person would be far from enough to cast it. The spell was taught to all the best mages in case a time came when they needed to use it at a time like this. The old mage at the center had his eyes closed, and then suddenly, there was a strong force that caused his mind to twist and turn until he could see the outside of the castle and the capital. It was the effect of the chaos spell Heaven's Tribulation. He could see from above and choose his target. He looked down and saw Silver flying around, and Silver became his target. He started chanting his side of the spell as well, ready to finish it and end it. Silver was flying around when he noticed that the skies had begun to rumble. It was shaking. He looked up, and with dragon eyes, he noticed a massive amount of energy forming in the sky. He immediately knew that something was about to happen. So, immediately, he summoned his clones. The 10 of them appeared, and in one swift motion, they all cut their arms and let blood seep out. Then they summoned Hell's Gate. A massive gate formed in the sky and opened, and in that instant, a massive golden beam shot from the sky, so bright and powerful, but the gate was there to block it. The beam shot into the gate. The gate trembled but didn't shatter. The gate took all the golden beam, and the skies returned to how they were before. Silver unsummoned his clones, then turned his eyes to look at the tallest tower of the castle. Lily walked through a street in the capital where the people had already run away. She heard the heavy march of the knights headed her way, but she didn't stop walking. Soon, she took a turn and saw the over 100 knights armed and ready to attack. As soon as they laid eyes on her, they all pulled their weapons and waited for their captain to give the order. She wasn't hiding her aura this time, so they were able to instantly tell that she was one of the enemies. "Identify yourself now, or we will have no choice but to kill you," the captain yelled, pointing his sword at her. "You can't kill me. It was never a choice for you. You have no choice. You lost at the moment you set your eyes on me," Lily said. Her words confused the captain, and he raised his brow under his helmet. "Did you not hear what I said? Identify yourself, or we will have no choice but to kill you. You are not human, and that probably means you are one of the attackers. Is that true?" the captain asked. "You really talk a lot for someone that is at war, you know," Lily said. "Enough of this. Take her down," the captain ordered, and about 5 knights rushed toward her, their swords drawn, ready to kill her. But as soon as they got within 5 meters of her, the 5 men suddenly froze. Their bodies trembled like they had seen a ghost. Their swords fell from their hands to the ground, and their eyes held genuine fear. The captain looked at what was happening and was confused. Why did his men stop? "What the hell are you doing? I said take her out," he yelled at them, but as he did, what followed next made his heart quiver in fear. The heads of the men suddenly exploded, spraying blood and brain matter in all directions. The 5 bodies fell to the ground with a loud thud. The knights watching this were filled with fright. What had they just witnessed? You see, when you come within an effective range of a powerful person, your kind is able to tell that you are in genuine danger, and it will freeze you up. Just now, I made that effective range 5 meters. That means when they stood within 5 meters of me, I could kill them in an instant, just like I did. Now, don't get me wrong. This doesn't mean I have a 5-meter effective range. No, my effective range is a whole lot bigger than that, and at least you all are now within that effective range," Lily said. As they heard her, they all suddenly felt the fear that the 5 had felt to all of them, aside from the captain. He turned around and watched as his men trembled in fear. "You bloody bastard!" he roared and charged at Lily, but then a sudden popping sound made him stop. He turned around and saw that one of his knights had been killed, his head popping. After that, the others followed, their heads popping one by one right in front of him. The captain watched in horror as this happened. Each of his men died right before his eyes, and he was incapable of doing anything. After a while, all of them had died, their headless bodies littering the floor, creating a gruesome sight. The captain fell to his knees, quivering in sadness and rage, his eyes red with anger. He gripped his sword so tight it started bruising his palm. "What you are feeling now is fear, anger, and sadness. And the fact that you are unable to change any of it makes you feel more enraged. You wish you could somehow drive a blade through my heart," Lily said and walked behind him. "What you are feeling is the definition of war, where there is no mercy for any man. But then again, you are a knight. Will you allow the enemy to walk away right now?" she asked, and then walked past him without looking back. The captain seemed heavily conflicted as he heard her steps get farther and farther away. If he let her go to spare his own life, he would have betrayed his friends that stood beside him here to fight. Coming to this conclusion, he forced himself to stand. He gripped his sword with both hands and then charged toward Lily with a loud cry, not attempting to be quiet at all. He slashed at her diagonally. He poured his mana and all his strength into that slash, making the sword travel faster and have stronger cutting power. His sword was just about to hit when suddenly Lily spoke. "Right choice," she said, and suddenly it was like everything froze. Then, she vanished. The man was shocked. The frozen state ended, and his sword traveled through the empty air where she stood. He immediately tried to turn around, but he felt her hand touch his back. He froze when he felt her hand. His body immediately started trembling with fear. Was this the end for him? Was this where his story ended? "You did your best, and you proved to be a real knight. So now you can die with your pride," Lily said, and then she drove her hand through his back, shattering his spinal cord, grabbing his organs, and forcefully pulling them out. The captain's blood pumped out from both his back and his mouth. He fell to the ground, dead. Lily took a look at the organs and parts in her hand. She let them drop to the ground with a splat, and then, with water magic, she washed her hand clean. She continued her way deeper into the town, leaving behind 100 bodies. She looked up at the sky and saw Silver flying toward the castle. She had seen when he blocked a large beam of golden light, so she was sure he was trying to take out whoever did that. Inside the tallest tower of the castle, the old mage suddenly collapsed after the attack had been taken by Silver. Somehow, he received a backlash. The man fell to the ground and coughed up a huge amount of blood. The mages all gathered around him, trying to find out what happened. The old man struggled to open his mouth when speaking. "Run, all of you run, you will die," the old mage managed to say, but the mages didn't understand what he meant. But the next second, a dark shadow covered the tower. The old mage's eyes trembled in fear. He tried to get up, but he was too weak. He stumbled down but tried again, pushing the confused mages off his body. He crawled to the door, opened it, and crawled out. He got to the stairs and didn't even try to go down. He allowed himself to fall down the circular stairs without any sort of protection. The mages were shocked by this. Everyone screamed and shouted in panic, scared that the mage would die on his way down. But they had bigger issues because a roar sounded a roar so loud it caused all of them to bleed from their ears, fall to the ground, and writhe in pain. After a few seconds, the temperature suddenly rose exponentially. Purple flames slammed against the tower, the heat so intense that it burned through the stone tower walls and killed all the people inside, burning them into ashes. Their screams lasted only a few seconds before they were not heard again. Their skeletons were turned to ash. Nothing remained of any of the mages. The entire top of the tower was burned open, the purple flames still burning brightly over them. After burning it down, Silver left the castle. He was not ready to come for the king yet, so he flew off, returning to circling the capital. The old mage managed to escape the flames due to the fact he was descending quickly, though the heat caused him to suffer many severe burns. He used his wind magic to protect his head on the roll down, making sure to constantly cast every second and use the wind to keep his head from hitting any place. This was a very difficult task because, as he fell, his body was receiving different injuries from the fall. His bones cracked, his flesh was cut up in different places, and his body swelled up. With every step he fell, he experienced immense pain that nearly drove him insane, yet he still had to ensure that he didn't stop casting that wind spell to keep his head safe. After what seemed like a never-ending fall of pain, he finally made it to the bottom step, covered in blood and barely alive. After he reached the urge to give up came to him, but he knew his mission was not done. He started casting a wind spell that would help push him along the ground. He kept going until he made it to an alley where some panicked guards stood. The guards spotted the mage. Their eyes widened as they saw the bloody sight. Could someone be this bloody and still alive? One of the guards broke out of his shock and ran to the mage. He wanted to pick him up, but he didn't know how to do it. The mage was injured everywhere aside from the head. The guard didn't know what to do. The mage suddenly coughed and spoke, "Police, tell, there, Kenji, T2RR run." The mage managed to say, and then his eyes dimmed, and he died right there. The guard looked at his fellow guards. Fear was in all their eyes. Was it possible for them to fight against a person that could do this to their strongest mage? The guard picked up the body of the mage, steeled his resolve, and ran toward the throne room, where the king was. The royal guards at the doors of the throne room saw the guard and tried to stop him, but he started yelling why he was here. "The Grand Mage sent me to give a message to the king," the guard said. The guards blocking him looked at the mage in his arms, then opened the door and let him in. The king was seated on his throne, a middle-aged man in purple robes, a chest piece over the robes, and a sword in his hands, as if waiting for a fight. He raised a brow when he saw the guard run in, but when he spotted who was in the guard's hands, he immediately stood up and rushed to meet the guard halfway. The guard stopped and placed the mage on the ground. He bowed to the king, his head touching the ground. "Your Grace, I have a message from the Grand Mage before he died. He said you have to run," the guard said, his head still on the ground. "Do we really have no way to defeat this sudden threat?" the king asked, his voice shaky. He tried to sound calm, but he could not hide the trembling in his voice. "Your Grace, you should take the queen, the prince, and the princess and flee. We will make sure that the enemy does not touch you or get to you," the guard said. "You expect me to abandon the place of my birth, my kingdom? This place that my father ruled, and his father before him? They brought it to where it is today. I might not be the greatest king, I might be very superficial and a greedy person, but I will never run from the sight of war. I will never abandon my kingdom and its people. People are dying out there right now, and you say I should run? No, I'll stay here, and I'll confront this enemy. But this is my order to you. Take the guards, head to the queen's chamber. She is there with the children. Take them, even if you have to drag them. Make sure they make it out of this alive. I leave them in your hands." "My king, I can't allow that. Your life is far more important than mine. You have to protect it," the guard said, finally looking up at the king. "I understand what you mean, and that's why I have not asked you to keep yourself safe, but to protect my family. You are receiving the greatest task any guard can. They are in your hands now. Take their lives as your own and protect them to your last breath, the same way I'll protect the kingdom to my last breath," the king said. The guard was still reluctant, but an order was an order. He rose to his feet, bowed his head, and then bolted out of the throne room, leaving the king. As he left the throne room, he stopped and looked at the guards beside the throne room. "The king asked that we keep the royal family safe, but he has decided that he will stay and fight. You too, please stay with him. If he chooses to punish anyone later, I will take the blame for not fully obeying what he asked of me," the guard said. The other guards understood why this guard would do this. They all bowed their hands into fists and struck their chests in salute to him. "We will meet on the other side," one guard said, and all of them responded, "We will meet on the other side." The guard ran from there with all the speed he had. He found his group still situated where they were. When they saw him, they all rose to their feet, looking at him, wanting to know what was to happen now. The guard struggled to catch his breath, and when he finally did, he spoke. "The king asks that we head to the queen's chamber, take the queen and the children, and make sure that they survive. This is the greatest task of our lives, and we will carry it out like our lives depend on it, because they do. If it means you die for them to live, then gladly throw away your life. Now, if you understand this, follow me, and let's save this kingdom," the guard said. All of them let out a loud roar, and they charged behind him as they headed in the direction of the queen's chamber. The queen's chamber had a very large door made of expensive wood, well carved and decorated. The guards stood outside the door. The leader walked to the door and banged on it. Bang, bang, bang. "My queen, the king has asked us to come and get you. Please open the door," the guard yelled. There was a silence that followed before a voice was heard. "How do I know my husband, the king, sent you?" the queen asked from inside. "Because, my queen, my name is Pierre, a royal guard assigned to the royal family since birth. I have walked the walls of this castle, seen the coronation of the king when I was a little boy. I have served here all my life. This place is all I know, and it is all I will ever know. My queen, I have no need to trick you," Pierre said loudly for her to hear. Another silence followed, and then the sound of unlocking bolts. The door slowly opened, and the queen peeked out. When she ascertained who this person was, she allowed all them in, about 10 guards in total. The guards came into the room, each one taking a vantage point that would ensure no attack could get into the room. The queen was a beautiful woman. She looked stunning even though she was in her middle age. Her skin shined with the beauty of youth, and her jet black hair had a marvelous shine to it. She sat down on the bed, and beside her were two children, the elder prince, who looked like his mother, and the younger princess, who looked more like her father. They were both 12 and 10 years old, respectively. Pierre walked to the queen. He bowed a knee and dropped his head low before speaking. "My queen, the situation of the kingdom has become dire. Your husband, the king, has asked that we come to you and take you away from here along with the children to ensure that you are safe," Pierre explained. "And where is my husband?" she asked. "The king has refused to come. He said his duty remains in the kingdom, and he will fight till it is over," Pierre responded. "I see. If that's so, then he will not be leaving as well. We will stay and fight alongside my husband," she spoke with a determined look on her face. "Sorry, my queen, but he has given us orders to force you if need be. We pray that you will comply," Pierre said. "You will force me, your queen? I'd like to see you try." "We are not going anywhere," she said, making her stand clear. Pierre got up to his feet, his head still bowed. "You will have to forgive us, my queen," he said, and immediately the guards moved in faster than the queen or the children could react. They grabbed all them and made sure they couldn't get away. The queen, the prince, and the princess all struggled to get free, but no matter how they yelled and tossed, they couldn't get away from the guards. The guards used force, paying deaf ears to all their threats. They took them out of the room. Pierre led the way, following a route that led to the castle library. As royal guards, they were taught all about the secret passages that the castle had, and the closest and best one that they could use now was located in the library. The guards carried the queen and her children over their shoulders and jogged to the library. Pierre pushed the door open and went in. Rows and rows of shelves lined the room, with different statues around for decoration. But Pierre headed right for one of the statues located at the edge of the room. The statue was that of a man holding a scroll and reading the contents. It was definitely the statue of a scholar of some sort. Pierre stretched out his hands and grabbed the head of the man. He twisted it to the side with some effort. A low rumbling sound was made, and the walls started shifting, opening up to show a path. The door opened completely in the wall, and the head of the statue started turning back slowly. "We have to rush. If the head turns back, the door will be locked for 24 hours, Pierre said and walked in. The guards rushed in with the queen and the children, and after they entered, the head turned back to normal, and the door shut. Torches lined up on the sides of the walls turned on, lighting up the path through the hallway. "You can drop them now," Pierre said, and the guards dropped the queen and the children. The queen immediately pushed the guards out of the way and tried to get out through the door, but it was not budging. "That door will not be opening from inside or out for the next 24 hours, my queen. There is nothing you can do about it," Pierre said. The queen turned to look at Pierre, her eyes holding anger as she rushed at him and started hitting him on his chest. "Take me back to my husband. Take me back now. I command you, take me back," she said, tears forming in her eyes. Pierre could barely feel the punches, though, because he had his armor on. The queen crumbled to the ground. Pierre bent down and helped her up. "I'm sorry, my queen," Pierre said. "Will he be fine?" Suddenly, the prince asked Pierre. "Your father is a warrior. You'll have to put your trust in him," Pierre said. He helped the queen start moving. Everyone followed along as they walked through the underground passage. They walked for minutes with no end in sight, but soon after half an hour, they made it to the trapdoor and ladder that led out of the passage. Dawn walked down 2 streets with her sword in her hand. She closed her eyes, but she could hear and sense everything that was happening around her. The running humans, the scared people hiding her. She could hear and smell them. She walked past her house when suddenly the door swung open and a man charged at her with a spear. She immediately pivoted on her feet, swinging her sword. It slashed through the guts of the man, splashing his blood in all directions. The man fell to the ground, bleeding out right there. She stepped over him and walked into the house that he ran from. As soon as she walked in, a group of men tried to jump her. each holding different weapons and being of different ages. She drew in a cold breath and slashed around her in a swift motion. Her sword exploded with flames. The flames hit everyone and completely cut through them, killing them instantly. She looked at their bodies on the floor. She noticed some boys were just about 14 years old, but she didn't pay too much attention. She walked out of the house, and that was when she spotted an estate ahead. The only people that had estates or lived in one were nobles, and for the fact that silver was still flying in the sky, she was certain that the nobles were still there. She decided to head there after she dealt with the people around. There were still a lot of people running and hiding. She leapt to the top of a house. She closed her eyes again, using her ears and her nose. She pinpointed the location of everyone around the area, and in one step, she vanished from her location. She moved so fast that the air current from her ripped doors apart. She traveled with a flaming sword, reaching every single person she pinpointed and slashing through them. She didn't even let the people have a second to react to her presence. She arrived, and she vanished immediately. The only thing to show she was there was their bodies. When she was done, she heard the rushing of an army headed her way. She immediately came out from where she was and walked right in front of a small 200-man army. She spotted a carriage behind the army. This was definitely a noble that was trying to escape the capital now. The men saw Dawn standing in their way, but they had orders to move as fast as they could, so they started charging toward her. Dawn raised her blade into the sky. The blade was enveloped with flames as she looked at them approaching, and then she slashed down. A massive flame arc shot from the blade. It hit the ground and created a bigger flame arc headed for the army that was running her way. The sudden development made the knights scatter to protect their lives. The flame arc whistled just right past the carriage and almost hit it. The knights were enraged by Dawn, and they pulled out their swords to attack, but Dawn had already vanished. Soon, they started seeing flame explosions, and wherever there was a flame explosion, a knight would die. They could not even see Dawn as she was way too fast for their eyes. They all watched as she chopped them with her flaming sword, one by one. Fear got into the hearts of the rest, and they tried to run, but she was too fast. She killed them before they could. The coachman of the carriage also ran in fear, only to be hit by a flame arc and cut in half. She walked to the door of the carriage and pulled the door open, only to see a face she remembered pretty well. The noble that had tried to make trouble for Silver when they had come here. An evil grin formed on her face as she saw this noble, who was shivering inside the carriage. Silver's army had headed into all the cities and towns, and they had massacred every enemy. A bloody war with no survivors. The nobles and the commoners alike, dukes, counts, everyone that came into their sight was killed. But this atrocity couldn't go unnoticed, as word of it reached the Empire and other kingdoms in just hours, and this could not go unpunished. The Empire had already spread word of war, but no kingdom expected that the demons would make their move right inside the human kingdom and start obliterating their own kingdoms. It was a low blow, but all is fair in war, and now was not the time for ethics. The closest kingdom to Ronan was the Vermilion Kingdom. They were certain that they would be the best after Ronan. The king of Vermilion called for a meeting with his highest officials, men of timber and caliber. He ordered all to the castle as fast as possible. Vermilion was a mighty kingdom, one of the largest in humanity. They were known for their immense magic and their technology that could rival the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. They possessed immense strength and resources, so much so that the Empire and the Holy Kingdom had decided to keep the peace with them and see them as an ally. They were the reason that Ronan was the way it was. Their immense development made it hard for Ronan to make a breakthrough in any regard. Their presence absorbed all the attention and resources, and as such, Ronan was left to take the bare minimum. The castle of Vermilion was a mighty one, towering in the capital as the largest and biggest building. It stood out in its magnificence. It was isolated at the center of the kingdom, and a huge man-made river surrounded it, the current so fierce it could rip a body to shreds. There were only two ways into the castle, through the bridges that were built, leading right to the two gates of the castle. The castle was surrounded by so many royal guards and knights, stretching as far as the bridge and even the edges of the river. Not even a fly could get past without notice. The guards and knights moved in a specific formation and pattern that allowed for no gaps at all in their security. Beside the ground guards, An intricate system of mages was situated throughout the entire castle, communicating and watching everything within a large radius around the castle. They could tell if someone moved against the king in an instant. Inside this grand structure, the king sat in the throne room, covered in a regal robe of red and black. His long dark red hair flowed down his back as he leapt forward. On the phoenix throne, it was ironic that humans hated other races yet used their names and appearances for their personal things. The throne was made of gold and red metal. The king looked like a young man in his early 30s, but his sharp eyes showed a history of battles and experience that he had gathered. Inside this throne room, several nobles, mages, knights, and warriors of different calibers and statuses stood, waiting for their king to speak. The king looked at all of them, his eyes cold, and after a long wait, he opened his mouth. "A hero candidate has died," he said. His words, though already known by some, still sparked a commotion among the people there. The king raised one hand slightly, and everyone shut up, not uttering another word. "The Demon King candidate that invaded the human world is the one to blame. I spoke to the Emperor and the Pope about this, but they didn't think he would be an issue worth a rush. But now we are faced with a war that no one expected, all thanks to him. That Demon King candidate is a virus that has spread, and his actions have led to the inevitable Great War," the king said. He looked at the people again and then bowed his head before continuing. "Now that same Demon King is on the move, and he is waging war against kingdoms. Our neighbors from Ronan have been hit, and from my informants, he has already taken Ronan to the ground." They said he brought with him an army of creatures never seen before, over 2,000 of them, each one stronger than the average evolved warrior. "And that is very disturbing, for one Demon King candidate to have an army of such strength. Still, he is not stronger than us. With just that army, the Empire and the Holy Kingdom will be preoccupied with the issues of the Great War, and we are the ones closest to this Demon King candidate. There is a high chance that we will be the next he comes for, so I have decided that we will make the first move against them, using the surrounding kingdoms. I want to encircle them in a pincer attack from the sky and from below, forcing them into a corner and taking them all out at once. I have already sent out word to the other kingdoms as fast as I could, and I hope to get their response immediately. But before we carry out my plan, I called you all here because you are the smartest and strongest people of this kingdom. Your input is valued. This is war, and as such, we must do all we can to make sure that the enemy doesn't defeat us. We cannot allow a small army under a Demon King candidate to defeat us." The king finished talking. He stood up from his throne. "We all should know that this Demon King candidate has killed children, mothers, fathers, and brothers. So people that we might have met at some point in our lives have died in Ronan. So when you tell me your ideas, ensure that there is no talk of mercy, because there is no mercy for those that have murdered children," the king said. The king of Vermilion walked to his throne, sat down slowly, and leaned back into the chair. Every movement exuded power and authority. He leaned on one of his hands and then looked at the people inside the throne room. "Now I'll take your ideas and insights on the matter, starting with you, Duke Levester," the king said, picking out a middle-aged man whose face seemed displeased to be there. Everyone turned to look at the duke. The frown on his face said it all, but he had to wipe away that frown as fast as he could. He then walked to the front of the throne room, standing before the throne. He bowed to the king, portraying a false reverence, but the king could not be bothered with that. He already knew this was something all nobles were trained to do. Nobles were just rich actors who lied and made it seem like they were telling the truth. A very crucial part of a noble was his ability to make people believe what he was doing. "Raise your head, Levester. You are the one in charge of information gathering from all around, so now tell me what you know of this Demon King candidate," the king said, his eyes staring daggers into the duke. The duke raised his head and looked at the king. He nodded in a slight manner and spoke. "Ever since word of the Demon King candidate in our land spread, Vermilion has already started collecting information, but what many knew was only surface-level information. But as my job and duty state, I had to look deeper and find out more about this kingdom. I have sent spies and used different means to gather information. From what I have gathered, the Demon King candidate, Silver, was supposedly born as a human. As the Duke said that part, the throne room exploded into noise. How could one be born as a human and become a Demon King candidate? The question ran through all their minds. They wanted to say how absurd it sounded. If not for the fact that the Duke was known for his outstanding information-gathering skills, no one would even think of believing what he said. The king raised his hand, and they all went silent again, so quiet that if a pin dropped, they would hear it. What I say is true. His father was a duke of the kingdom called Teron, Levester said. Teron? I think I have heard that name before, the king said. He paused in thought and then spoke. Indeed, I remember him. He had a beautiful wife. She had white flowing hair and eyes as blue as the sea, the king said. Exactly, my king. And the Demon King candidate, Silver Teron, has the same hair and eyes as his mother. That is also more proof of the fact that he was born human. But a few years into his life, he turned into some sort of dragon Demon King candidate without any real explanation as to why he became what he became. But I digress. The important thing about Silver is the fact that he was known for an immense growth rate. His strength grew constantly, and somehow, he always had powerful beings serving him. If we want to defeat him, the first thing I would advise would be for us to find a way to separate him from his followers. He might be strong on his own, but with them around, it becomes a very difficult situation to get to him. If they were somehow removed from the equation, focus could be placed on him alone, and then we can kill the Demon King candidate, Levester said. So you are saying the best chance at taking out Silver would be to isolate him? I see the concept here. His strength lies in the people around him. Then, the king said. Exactly, my king, Levester said. My king, if I may speak, a woman in beautiful silver and gold armor spoke up. The king looked at her, raised his brow, and pointed at her. What could it be, Rachel? The king asked. Why kill him? Why not try to capture him? If he is anything but amazing, as they say he is, I'm sure he has a few ways to cheat death, and we might lose him. But if he is captured, we can bring him back and even hold him hostage to benefit us in the war. Imagine using the methods we have developed to rid his mind of all his memories and then using the Empire's demon blood to infuse him. He would become the greatest war machine that humanity has ever seen, or maybe even able to compete with the heroes and the Demon Kings. That would basically tip the scales of the war and change everything, increasing our possibility of winning. And if this plays out properly, our kingdom will be in control of a very powerful weapon. Our status will rise further, becoming almost on the same footing as the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. She finished talking and then bowed her head. Everyone in the room unanimously agreed to what she said. The plan she laid out was beautiful and promised them all a bright future that they wanted. The king stroked his chin slowly, his eyes showing delight. His mouth slowly turned up in a grin that would send shivers up the spine of anyone who looked at him. Rachel, it seems you are more than just a soldier, you also have brains behind all that metal. Your plan is amazing, the king said and stood up. If we get that Demon King, we will rise for sure, and this war will actually be a good thing in our favor, the king said with a smile. Then, suddenly, the doors of the throne room opened, and a guard ran in. The guard came and fell to his knees with his head to the ground. My king, the kingdoms have replied, he said. Everyone in the throne room turned their attention to the guard. The king got up and walked to the guard. And their response? Where is it? The king asked. The guard immediately rose to his feet and then pulled out a scroll. From the 3 kingdoms closest to Ronan that my king sent out word to Arak Kingdom, Astoria, and the Kingdom of Lumberg. The guard opened the scroll and started reading. Arak has agreed to allow a force of over 1,000 men, all over level 90, a mix of mages and knights, and they have agreed to let out 10 of their evolved warriors, 6 knights and 4 mages. They are already on the march from their kingdom and will meet at Ronan with the Vermilion Kingdom. As for the King of Astoria, he agreed to send an army of 500 men, with 50 of them as evolved 10 mages and 40 knights. They also have a force of 100 of their Pegasus riders. The king wrote that he is releasing the Pegasus riders because Vermilion was the one that helped establish their aerial force and helped them raise both Pegasus and Pegasus riders. As for the Kingdom of Lumberg, they have sent out the biggest force, consisting of 1,500 men and 1,000 knights and 500 mages. Sadly, no evolved were with them. Also, they have some men at level 80. Their forces surely lack in quality, but they made up for it in quantity, the guard said, and then bowed his head. So our friends have made their forces available for us in this war. The meeting for now has been adjourned, and I will talk to everyone I need to later. I want to communicate with the kings of Iraq, Astoria, and Lumberg, the king said, and then started heading out of the throne room. Everyone bowed as he walked past them until he stepped out of the door. He turned to the right and walked down the hallway. He got to a large door. The door opened before he even reached it. He walked inside, and there was nothing aside from 2 guards and a circular stairway that led downward. The guards bowed as the king walked past them. He walked down the stairs and made it into an underground hallway with a door at the end. There were also guards standing at the door, 4 of them in full black armor. They gave off a very powerful aura. They didn't even move as the king walked past them, only their eyes followed him, scanning him from head to toe to ensure that he was the king. When they were certain, the door opened automatically, and the king walked in. The door shut behind him, and he was inside a pitch-black room. The crystal lights on the wall then turned on. The room was circular, and a crystal was set at the center. It was a 4-foot-tall blue crystal. The king walked to the crystal and placed his hands on it. It lit up, and with a thought, 3 figures were projected around the crystal. One was an old man who used a cane to keep standing. The other 2 were middle-aged men. From their dressing, it showed that they were kings. "Sigh, if you are capable of this, then why send us your letters in the first place?" The old man, the king of Lumberg, spoke, sounding grumpy. "The crystal can only be used once a day. That's why I can't use it unless it's at a really important point, like it is now. I am sorry to have forcefully dragged you 3 here, though," the king of Vermilion said. "There is nothing to forgive. After all, you are not as bad as the emperor, who could summon with his own crystal more than once a day. He once summoned me 3 times in one day on an issue I don't think was really important," the king of Astoria said. "We are not here to talk about the emperor. I'm sure you called us here to talk about the force you are moving to Ronan," the king of Iraq said. "To think that Ronan would be run over so easily in one day. This demon king candidate is quite powerful," he continued. "He is. And that's why I am working on plans to deal with him. I will be sending a full 500 Pegasus fleet and an army of 3,000 to attack them in Ronan. So I would love for your forces to come in from all directions. That way, we encircle them in Ronan and push them toward the center," the king of Vermilion said. The 3 kings agreed with him, and then they went on to talk about some smaller details concerning the way they would move. When they came to a conclusion, the meeting came to an end. The king left the room, and before he did, the guards at the door stopped him. They opened the door and checked the crystal before allowing the king to go. These guards were the only people that could do such a thing to the king. Their power had existed long before the current king. They were the ones who kept the kings in check and ensured they did not cause the ruin of the kingdom. Their nameless organization was a secret to the normal person, and they were a terror to those above whenever that black armor was seen. The king headed to the stairs and walked up. He got out into the room above and headed out. As soon as he walked out of the room and into the hallway of the castle, his demeanor changed. It turned cold and sinister, but then he shook his head as if trying to drive something out of his mind. "Not now, not yet," he said. He held his head like he was in a struggle. "Not yet, I can handle it, I can, I swear," he kept saying until finally, he stopped. Gulen and Fang walked together through the streets. A trail of blood followed behind them endlessly. They had fought so much up to this point, but they had barely broken a sweat. The 2 of them as a duo were a very terrifying mixture. As they walked uncaring, the knights of Ronan suddenly ambushed them. The knights came out, leaping from the doors and the windows of the houses around. Gulen and Fang were shocked that these knights were able to hide their presence so much and ambush them, but rather than make them scared, it made them excited because maybe these knights had some fight to give. Gulen gripped both his blades, bent his knees down to a very low level, and then leapt into the air. His jump height was several meters high. The knights looked at him in fright as he jumped higher than them, who were already in a high position. "Fang, now," Gulen said. Lightning crackled on Fang's body, and then a straight bolt of lightning shot up toward Gillen. Gillen crossed his blades in front of him, coating them with mana in a way that would definitely reflect the lightning. The lightning hit and then scattered in all directions, slamming into the knights. In one move, Gillen and Fang had sent a good number of them down. Gillen didn't stop there. He flipped in the air and somehow kicked the air and landed on a building. He jumped off the building, going higher than before. The knights looked up, wondering what Gillen would do this time. Gillen held his blades over his head, and as he started coming down, he built up a crazy amount of speed and energy. He landed and stabbed the blades into the ground at the same time. The ground trembled and cracked, causing the knights to lose their footing and struggle to stand. Fang then suddenly moved. His body turned into a flash. He moved so fast that none of them could even see him, and when he paused, his claws were already raised over someone and ready to strike. The person whom the claws were headed for would see the end of the world coming for them. Those large arms and very long, metallic-looking claws would surely rip a man into nothing but shreds. Fang kept going until suddenly, someone blocked his claws. Fang and Gillen were both shocked when they saw that someone had actually blocked his attack. A smallish-looking man stood there with his sword blocking Fang. No one would think that a man this size would be able to block Fang, but it had just happened. The knights that were still alive all burst into cheers when they saw this person. It was as if they had seen their savior. "It's shocking that your body can take such a hit," Fang spoke. He dropped his paw and stared at this person. "You don't have to worry, it's all because of my legacy," the man said. "That's an interesting legacy. I know there are some very uncanny ones, but one that allows you to block such an attack?" Fang said. "Indeed, but I am not here to talk," the man said, and then moved his feet. He traveled the distance between them in an instant, his sword already going for the stab. Fang had lightning-fast reflexes, so even as this man moved at this speed, he still dodged, and the blade passed by him. The man kicked his feet into the ground and brought his body to a forceful stop. He spun around and then went for another attack, but Fang dodged that. Fang was not attacking back because he was trying to figure out how this person, who was evidently weaker than him, could use such speed and strength. He couldn't see any reason that made sense, but he kept trying to figure it out. The man kept swinging and moving as fast as he could, though Fang was too nimble for him. Fang watched closely, and then he noticed something unusual, but before he could think about what he noted, the sword came from above. He raised his paw to block, and the force of the attack threw his paw down to the ground. Though he had managed to stay away from a bad injury, he was still pushed back. But Fang had finally understood what was happening here. This person had a unique legacy. "Does your legacy have anything to do with gravity?" Fang suddenly asked, and the man froze for a moment. With that, Fang knew that he had some sort of gravity legacy. How did you find out?" the man asked. "Your blade here, when you slash it, the speed is unnaturally fast for the way you move your body. So it could only mean an external force was pushing or pulling on that blade. The gravity legacy would also explain why you are capable of moving that fast. You use it to propel yourself, making you go faster," Fang analyzed. "I see. You're smart, but knowing what I'm doing doesn't mean you can stop it," the man said. "Oh, I could have stopped you long ago. I just wished to understand how you blocked my sword, and I got that answer. You manipulated gravity to push you against the blade the moment before impact. That allowed you to take the blow," Fang said. "What do you mean you could have ended it when you wanted?" "I hate that arrogant tone, and I'll make sure to cut it off your face," the man said, and then charged again. He leapt into the air and slashed down, his gravity manipulation enabling him to slash with a crazy amount of strength. But Fang was not worried. He waited until the right moment, and then he let out a lightning roar. The huge bolts of lightning hit the man head-on. He was blasted into the air, his body covered in serious burns all over. He landed on the ground a couple of meters away, his body not moving at all. The Valley of Bloodowit was the largest unused valley. It stood between the human world and the rest of the other races. It was the site of the beginning of all great wars. Lives beyond millions had soaked the ground, so much so that it had stained red, and nothing could dare to grow there. It was a vast, empty land. The air was toxic and heavy. The sun refused to shine over this valley. The dark clouds stretched out as far as the eyes could see. If a normal human stood in the valley, they would die in minutes. Their lungs would collapse, their bodies would bleed from unusual places, their skin would melt, and they would end as a puddle of blood and flesh. Many say the screaming cries of the warriors that died here could still be heard, their spirits trapped in the soil, their bones never seeing a burial. It was something beyond horror. It was torment to a hell cooked up from thousands of years of wars that had been fought. And the more that were fought, the more horrific this place would become. But inside the Valley of Blood stood some figures facing against each other, of 14 on one side and 14 on the other. The people standing here were the heroes and the demon kings. Their presence alone caused the pressure in this desolate place to rise. There was tension in the air as they stood there. The heroes were all dressed in beautiful armor and mage robes. They looked like the embodiment of heroism and the saviors of the world, while the demon kings, on the other hand, wore armor almost seemingly crafted from hell. They struck fear into the hearts of any that looked at them. Dagon walked up. He crossed half the distance and stood before the heroes. "It seems you all are dressed for war. I can assume that we are following the code and beginning the war," Dagon said. One of the humans stepped out. He was a pretty mana. That was the best description of his look. He had blue hair and eyes. He was tall, and he had a feminine-looking face. He wore gold armor with a black cape on his back. He was the leader of the heroes, the strongest hero of them all. His real name had been forgotten over time, and he was called Storm. He was the hero of weather. His sword caused storms that destroyed cities in an instant. He was seen as jovial and happy, but when he became serious, it was as though another person had taken over him. His sword play was beyond what any person could comprehend. He was the greatest sword master. Dagon, as much as I would love for there to be peace here to keep what we have had for many years, the Demon King candidate of yours has offset that balance. Losing a hero candidate is beyond what we can accept, because the next generation of humans will now be in peril because of him. Because of the decision that your Demon King candidate made, humans will suffer for the next generation. They will be under the foot of you demons. They will be ruled until the generation after that is born. So forgive us when we have to follow the code. Forgive us that we must fight this war, Storm said. Exactly as Storm has said, you demons have used some means to get the upper hand now. Are despicable. A lady with silver hair spoke. She had a small build, but she emanated serious power. She was the hero of metal amaze. All metal, no matter the composition, bowed to her will. This legacy was very frightening and powerful. With a snap of her fingers, she could wipe out an army if they had even a little bit of metal on them. It's not like we are the ones that sent silver. His will was his, Dagon said. That's no excuse. A Demon King candidate should be under your care and order. He should not be able to do what he wants, another hero said. He was a bulky-looking man with a low buzz cut and full-body armor. There was a mighty sword on his back. He was also known by a code name Mere Stone, the hero of Earth. His stomp was terrifying and would send shockwaves through kingdoms. You all speak like that because you have never met Silver. White Fang can tell you about him, Elaine said. All the heroes turned to look at White Fang, who just stood there. He let out a sigh and then spoke. Silver is not just a demon king, he is a dark dragoner, the most prideful beings to walk the world. And he is of the original families. Yes, my sister gave birth to him, and that makes him an original. He is an anomaly. I am not saying that what you demons did was right, but I can understand how hard controlling Silver is, White Fang said. Regardless of all that, the code must be followed. There are only a few weeks until the Redmner, the awakening of their curses and blessings. This war could not start at a worse period, Storm said. My advice is that we have limited hands in what will happen for the next few weeks. The dragons and the Empire are already heated up for battle. We should let them take the lead in this, another hero suggested. She was the hero of Windoana. She had silky black hair but green eyes. She was dressed as a mage. We are yet to finish the research on what has been creating portals and fractures in this world. We should spend our final weeks trying to find that out, Dagon said. Indeed, Let's allow the other races to handle the war. So let us come to an agreement to the heroes and the demon kings will have no hand in the war to come until the baton is passed. As sad as it is that humans will suffer in the next generation, the code does not allow us to get sentimental over issues like this, Storm said. Speaking of the cracks, does this mean the next generation might have to actually deal with demons? Another hero asked. He was a tall dude with an average-looking face and body, nothing special about him, aside from the fact that there were 2 swords on his back. He was Spark, the hero of flames. His fire was said to rival the heat of Dagon, though that was only a myth that had never been tested. I believe that it's possible. Everything happened too fast for us to handle it. Our time is pretty much over, Dagon said. Why do I feel all of this still has something to do with Silver? Storm said. The first wave of soldiers sent for the war came entirely from the Empire. It was a mighty army, consisting of over 5,000 trained knights of high level and 1,000 evolved knights. 1,000 tamed wyvern riders took to the skies to dominate from above. The wyverns were used most of the time to taunt the dragon race and the wyverns. Humans, for hundreds of years, have been taking wyverns and other races, capturing them and forcing them to fight against themselves. Beyond the brutality of the war, it was also a psychological attack on their enemy. A move to make the army hesitant, and if they fought, they would be forever stuck in the trauma of killing their own kind. It was a move below the belt, but all was fair in war. The army was only a starter army. Meeting the armies of the demon kings, they had no idea what the battle would look like. But for all the years that had passed, the demon kings sent out the orcs and the goblins, the pawns that would kickstart the war. The Empire expected it to be the same. They had not heard from the heroes, though, as the heroes had been quiet since the beginning of the issue. The Emperor and the Pope had tried to reach them, even members of the original families had tried to reach them, but it was to no avail, as the heroes seemingly wanted to be quiet about the issue. And since the heroes refused to respond, the Pope and the original families all decided that the first move belonged to the Empire. The Emperor decided to play by the books and start it out softly, probing the situation. There was no way that could backfire, right? The army had already begun their march from the Empire, and their destination, the Valley of Blood. They could not be teleported because the Valley of Blood blocked all that out. It was a place that disrupted magic of all sorts, especially teleportation. The Emperor stood on the balcony, watching the armies depart and the wyverns flying away. The people of the capital cheered in happiness as they watched this as well. It's been a while, Julius. The Emperor heard a voice that sent shivers down his spine, the voice of a man he revered and feared, the man who had given him the demon blood. He turned round, fell to the ground, and hit his head on the floor in a full bow. Master, you finally returned. Julius spoke with full reverence. There is no need to be dramatic, Julius. You have been doing so well so far, and now I need your help for the final part of why I gave you that blood. It is time for you to make the key, the man spoke. Julius looked up in shock. Was this really happening? He rose to his feet, looking at the handsome man with white hair and blue eyes. Julius, I need you to carry out the ritual to summon the demon that you will control. I have prepared additional things that will make it so that this demon you summon will be far stronger than you can imagine. You will rid this world of the other races, and you will bring freedom to every human. It will be the great cleansing, the man said. The more Julius heard, the more excited he got. Would he really bring an end to all those races? Would all this war finally come to an end, and humans be the winners? His lust for destroying the other races clouded his judgment. All he could think about was the possibility of cleansing this world, and the opportunity was offered to him right now. Of course, he was taking it. Tell me what to do. Whatever you ask, I'll do it, he said. I have been watching you, and I know that you have made a grand magical circle, the circle that draws life to summon the demon. But for the demon I want you to summon, some lives will not be enough. This whole capital might be needed for that, the man said. Julius's eyes opened wide in shock. You want me to take the life of the entire capital? He asked. Don't look at it like that. You are an emperor. You should be able to see the bigger picture. A few million lives are nothing compared to absolute victory. Their lives will pave the way for you to gain the greatest weapon, one that nothing can stand against, he said. trying to sway the emperor. Your wisdom brought us this far and made the empire greater than it was. I'll follow what you have said. The people here are only a small fraction of humanity. So how do I make it so that the magical circle uses them all? Julius asked. That part you can leave to me. All I need is to see this magical circle, and I'll help you channel it over the whole capital. Then we will summon a true demon, one capable of killing all of your enemies. And I mean all. The promises got to the emperor's head. The sight of victory made him greedy. He could not stop himself from the thought of controlling a demon and destroying his enemies. The thought made him forget about everything else. The emperor agreed to what this person said, and then he led them out of the balcony and into a hallway. Master, if I may ask, where have you been all this while? Julius asked. Trying to find more ways to end this war. Humans have suffered enough at the hands of devils. It is time we fix that, the man said. Indeed, thank you for giving us the freedom, Julius said. The more he spoke to this person, the more he trusted him. It was like some sort of hypnotic effect. Julius led the man through a series of hallways and stairs until they made it to a teleportation circle inside a room guarded by over 20 guards. All the guards bowed when they saw the emperor and allowed him into the room without a second thought. At the center of the room was the teleportation circle. Julius walked to the center of the circle, and the man followed him. The teleportation circle lit up, and they vanished from there in an instant. They arrived inside a dim underground space. It was extremely large, stretching for several hundred meters. The entire floor was covered with a magical circle dug deeper into the ground to create a pathway, and in this pathway, demon blood flowed through. This is the place. We have studied the blood in history books, and we finally came up with a way to summon the demon, Julius said. Good. Now begin the process, and I'll take down your entire capital, the man said. Julius felt that the way the man said it felt off. He looked at the man and asked, is this the only way it can work? Must we take all the lives? There are a million ways to do this, many that didn't require all this preparation, but you were a fool. Believing that I would give you a key to save humanity was the worst move you ever made. I'm not here to help you, sadly, but to bring you and your world to the end of it or your Armageddon, the man said. Julius stood, looking at the man with a confused look on his face. What are you saying? Is this some sort of joke? Julius asked. No, this is no joke. It is just the opening of the world of the change that has been inevitable. Your world has been trapped inside this bubble of reality that you all feel is true, but you have no idea what exists. And do you know why you have no idea? Because the goddess has limited the scope of your lives. She has made you all live inside a bubble and believe that your world was all that there is. My job is to free you all from that prison, to show you the reality that exists, to show you that this world is not what you know, he said. What do you plan to do? What did you bring me here for? Julius asked. I brought you here for one reason. I want to use you to break the veil of the wall that separates the demons from you. The demons will come, and they will rid this continent of all races. Then, they will go for the Celestials and free them to continue the war they once had. I have been weakening the veil daily and giving some toys to you humans, building my plan to end it all. By now, Julius understood that he had made a mistake that would most likely destroy them. He wanted a way to stop this, but he also wanted to hear more from this man. He wanted to know the truth. You called this place a continent. What is the meaning of that? Julius mustered his courage and asked. By now, I thought you would have had a mental breakdown and collapsed from the regret of what you did. Yet you are still talking. There is no point in that. How will I be able to stop you if I am on the ground crying? Julius asked. You have plans to stop me? You don't get it yet, do you? There is no stopping me, he said, and a sudden pressure slammed against Julius and threw him to the ground. Julius, who was hailed as one of the strongest beings after the heroes, now could not even move at all. The man walked over to him and picked him up from the ground. I'm going to end this pitiful excuse of a world that you all have here, he said, his face full of spite. I will not activate the spell. You will not take their lives, Julius said. You really don't get it yet, do you? I don't need you at all, the man said and threw Julius aside so hard he smashed into the wall. The man walked to the center of the circle and raised his hands, ready to destroy the veil. Suddenly, a figure appeared, the black figure. The one who stays with the goddess. "Oh, you came?" The man said. "You can't do this. You will destroy what's left of this world if you do," the figure said. "Bold talk coming from you. After all, you and the goddess are the ones that ripped my world apart, my continent, my home. 8 continents, and you used all 8 as toys, doing whatever you wanted, and one by one, they all fell. And now you paint me as the bad guy?" The man asked. "You are not the bad person, but if you do this, you will be throwing all the weight on his shoulders. And do you really want that?" The figure asked. "Ha ha ha ha, so like the rest of us, you refuse to tell him the truth? You hid it from him. How long will you keep hiding it? How long do you think he will stay until he finally snaps and becomes like me? I am only speeding up the process. There is no stopping now. This is the end." What Ophelia did was the needful. She could have left things to be and lose all in the process. Everyone would have died, every being, every person, all of them. The figure argued. "Do you really feel like I am still the kid that you once knew, that would bend over and let Ophelia walk over me? She is doing this for herself, not for us, and not for anyone else. She doesn't care, she doesn't even want to care. She does what she wants and sugarcoats it to look good. In reality, she is manipulative and evil. In time, he will come to see that as well," the man said, and then a powerful energy emitted from his body and seeped into the magical circle. "No, you can't," the figure yelled. "You can choose to stop me, but if you do, order will rid your existence in a second. You will be nothing more than a memory. Are you willing to risk your existence for her world?" "Of course, you aren't. After all, you let almost all of it fall to ruin." "I wonder what will happen when he sees the real world outside," the man said. The magical circle started lighting up. The blood boiled. "I have built this for years now, ever since he was born, slowly damaging the veil in a way that you could never sense. Now it all comes to be. This world, this reality, this cage that you set them in will collapse," the man said. "I might not be able to stop you here or now, but I assure you that he will be a better version, and he will stop you. He will destroy you," the figure said. "How has that ever worked for you?" "Multiple times, same story, and this time he is stronger, more potential, and smarter than the past," the man said. He channeled the power from the circle through his body. A beam shot out of the room, bright red like fresh blood. It blasted its way through everything above it, the ground and the castle far above. It shot into the sky, and then the same magical circle was projected into the sky. It grew bigger and bigger until it covered the entire capital, but it didn't stop there. It grew farther and farther, covering over 40% of the empire. Julius could not stomach what he had done. He knew that he had to do something. He got up from the ground, pulled out a sword, and was ready to attack. He felt that this man would be the most vulnerable at this time. He charged at the man with his sword in front. The black figure simply watched him run toward the man, knowing very well that Julius would die here. And just as he thought, as soon as Julius got close, the energy emitted from the man ripped him into a million bits, killing him instantly. The magical circle released red strings of light that latched onto everyone inside the radius of the circle. Many people tried to run, many tried to fight it, but the strings of light could not be dodged. It latched onto their foreheads. Everyone whom the strings of light latched onto floated above the ground, just a few feet off the ground, their heads tilted upwards, facing the sky, their eyes rolled back. Their hands and legs swung like loose limbs without control. This scene was seen almost everywhere in the entire capital and by children and adults alike. Everyone that was touched by the strings was put in this state. Slowly, the strings of light started pulling the life out of all the people. Their bodies slowly shriveled up. Their life flowed through the strings of light into the magical circle and through the beam down to the main magical circle. As this process started, the space in the capital began to shift and distort. Rivers began to rage, and the ground began to crack and tremble. The people shriveled up faster and faster, and soon bodies started dropping dead on the ground like flies, covering the entire capital. All that was left were lifeless husks all over the ground. Soon the circle under the man began cracking as well. The veil was finally shattering, and the demons would be let loose. The man flew off the ground, and so did the black figure. The figure shook its head, seeing the hole forming on the ground, and then he vanished. The hole on the ground spread wider. It was as dark as the night. There was no light inside the hole. Then suddenly, a hand came out of the ground. It was blood red and covered with scales. A mighty roar followed, and the demon pulled himself out to a massive true demon standing at 10 feet tall. He had 2 sets of bat-like wings. Its face had 6 red eyes and 2 massive horns on its head. It let out a resounding roar as it stepped out, shaking the entire area around it. The man who was flying above smiled when he saw the true demon. He had successfully completed a part of his plan. He had broken the seal, and now he had allowed the true demons back into this continent. He teleported away from the scene. His job was done for now. The true demon looked around. He had noticed someone here when he came out, but now there was no one again. Regardless, it flapped its wings, and with only that one flap, the shockwave caused an explosion. It flew into the air and looked around, seeing numerous human bodies lying on the ground. So, for millennials that we have been locked away, humans have found a footing in this world. I will not allow this to continue anymore, the demon said. He looked down at the hole in the ground and waited. A few seconds later, other demons started trooping out. Different looks, different sizes. The only thing they had in common was the horns and their wings. Their presence caused the skies to darken. Just their arrival caused everyone to be uneasy, and they had yet to even know that the seal was broken. The demon kings and heroes stood in the valley of blood, discussing what they would do after this. Suddenly, they all felt a strange and scary energy wash over them. An energy that they seemingly knew but were not sure what it was. Storm looked in the direction of the Empire. Something has gone wrong, he said, trying to make his voice seem far calmer than it was, but they could all hear the slight panic in his voice. This aura, I have felt it before, Dagon said. What is it then? Storm asked. I don't want to say it, because if it is what I think it is, then we are doomed, all of us. There will be no saving us. I felt the aura close to one of the newest forced portal sites, and it was still unstable. The aura beyond the seal, the energy beyond the veil, the energy used by the demons, Dagon explained. Are you meaning to say a true demon might have come into our world? Storm asked. Everyone had a panicked look on their face as they stared at Dagon. I don't know, and we can't be sure if that is what it is, but it seems familiar, Dagon said. You are pretty much correct. A voice sounded out of nowhere. They immediately turned in a rush to see who it was, and they saw a man standing there, white hair and blue eyes. Immediately, White Fang and Elaine saw him, and they called out, Silver. No, 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 I am not him, the man said and started walking toward them. But I do know Silver, though he doesn't know me. I am more than just a simple human. I am a being not locked down by time, space, or reality, he said as he walked closer to them. Cut the crap talk. Who are you, and how are you here? Whatever you say will decide if you live or die, Storm said. Storm, leader of the heroes, the one who would not allow his own daughter to have a life and has now forced her into a life she doesn't want. It is no wonder she ran into the arms of Silver and decided to make a deal with him. Silver offered her something that you, her father, took away from her. He offered her the chance to find her mother, the man said with a smile. Storm got enraged as he heard the man talk. He didn't know how this man managed to know all that about him, but hearing a stranger talk about his family issues like that made his blood boil. He was also furious at the fact that this man said his daughter was with that Demon King candidate now. That was impossible. He would rather kill her than allow her to do that. I don't know how you know all that, but you have one last guess. Storm tried to speak, but he was cut off as a hand appeared on his neck, ready to snap it. He looked up and saw the man looking at him with cold eyes. Do you really believe your strength is enough to force me? You weak-ass human, he said with a cold voice. Boom! Storm was sent flying by a sudden force from the hand. His body flipped and turned in the air. He landed roughly into the ground and rolled for a bit before coming to a stop. He forced himself up, managing to get back on his feet, the rage in his eyes still evident. Heroes, Demon Kings, you all bear these concept names, but you never really understood what you were. Well, now I might as well tell you, because you all will be dying soon, he said in a joyous tone. They all looked at him, unsure of what to do and how to go about it. Should they attack, or should they not? They didn't know what path to take now. I see that all of you are thinking of ways to kill me, but I'll ask you to be careful now, for the first person to move without my consent will have their head blown off. You lot are very dumb. I've watched you for years now, unsure of how you would carry out your dumb hero and demon duties. I thought you all would be smart, make the right choices, but the pride has all gone to your heads, not allowing you to do things the way you should. If you didn't have any pride, you all should have known right from the beginning that Silver was not normal. He was a boy. You blasted humans, yet one day, he turned into the most feared creature to exist. Yet you all watched him grow and become what he is now. Though it's a big shame that you all will never get to see what will become of Silver and this world. You all are failures. Because of you, the hero and demon king cycle has ended. The job will no longer be passed on, it all ends with you. What do you mean it ends with us? Dagon asked. Have you not been listening? Or did I forget to tell you that the demon seal has been lifted and demons have begun to come out in the Empire? Yours truly has set them all free in your world. And since the demons are free, there will be no more curses, and in a few days, the demons will cause the Celestials to also be free. And then there will be no need for you humans or other races. After all, you all will be dead in days. Sorry, days are a lot to sire. Give it today, and that will be the end. I only came here to warn the saviors of mankind, he said. The heroes and demon kings finally understood what they had felt and what had happened. They looked at this person in shock. I was not the one that did it. To be honest, your emperor was actually the cause. I think your best chance at survival would be Silver, but you'll still try to kill him either way, the man said and vanished. Standing in that vast empty valley of blood, the demon kings and the heroes stood after the mysterious man vanished. No one uttered a word for a while. They all stood, watching themselves. Their eyes told that they were not sure of what to do or how to go about it. Why are we standing here? We should be heading to where the demons are. We are the protectors of balance in this world, Storm yelled. I don't know anymore. Storm. Are we even going to make a difference if we go? A true demon is a being that existed at the birth of this world, a being immensely powerful, so much so it could wipe out kingdoms alone. Their presence was so powerful that they had to be locked away to give our races a chance at life. For years, the heroes and the demon kings were supposed to be the ones that ensured this never happened. I guess we lost sight of that, Dagon said. His words carried emotion. Everyone felt the pain and the fear hidden in his voice. There was no pride, it was plain old sadness and fear. If there was anyone who knew how terrifying the demons were, it was he, a dragon. He had read the books, and he knew the truth. What are you demons scared of? You don't have to fear since they are your leaders. You can just follow them and have your victory, Storm said. This statement made the heroes look at the demon kings with questioning eyes. What Storm had said was true. The followers of the demons should not be killed by the demons, right? That is not how it works, Storm. The other races were created to aid the demons, to fight with them. We didn't have a choice then, we were forced into it. Now, after all this time, we are free from their control. There is no way they will let us live, Dagon said. Rather than focusing on what is not important, we should focus on one important thing, the world tree, Elaine said. Her words pulled their attention. The world tree was the tree many of us came from. The demons birthed the other races through that tree. They will want a monopoly on that tree when they are all out. We have to go to the tree and find the elf connected to the tree. With her, we can cause the tree to vanish. It was something I came across a few years back. The tree is not a fixed item, Elaine said. What Elaine has said is true, Elise spoke. The world tree is not here alone. It is everywhere and anywhere. What you see in the elf world is an anchor placement for the tree. The tree exists in a space, time, and reality tied to our world, yet not on the same plane. So the tree can go to that plane and stay there. But there is only one person that can do that, and that is the avatar of the tree, the daughter of the emperor, Amber. But I don't know if she can handle the strain it would take to communicate with the tree and send it into hiding, Elise said. I hate to come off as uncaring, but if she doesn't do it, we all die, and the tree falls into the hands of the demons. Regardless of the fact that they are demons, they still have the power of divinity on them, a concept we, for millennia, have failed to grasp. With that power, they can reshape the world, and we would lose all chances at survival. It will be the end, Dagon explained. I understand, and I think there might be a way to help her hide the tree, Elise said. As they spoke on the matter, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. They all looked up immediately, filled with fear for what it might be. And there it was, a single figure in the sky, its two sets of wings beautifully spread out as it soared through the dark sky. When the figure spotted them down below, it shot downward and landed with a boom. A massive crater formed under the demon. It rose to its feet, standing at a towering 10 feet tall. Its body was pure black and covered in scales. In its hand was a sword so terrifying to look at. It was a one-edged blade that was an arm thick, with jagged blade teeth drip through flesh. The blade was black with red veins over it, pulsing and flowing. The guard of the blade was shaped into a skull with two horns like a demon. The sword was 6 feet tall, the average height of a human, which made it a terrifying weapon. The true demon stabbed the sword into the ground and then stared at the group with all 4 eyes. "Do you understand me?" he asked. They were all reluctant to answer, but they felt if they disrespected this demon, it would not go well for them. So Storm spoke up. "Yes, we do," Storm said. He did everything within his power to make sure he didn't look weak or scared. "It is nice to see that over the years, language has not changed. Now, why do you humans give off that strange aura? It is repulsive. It makes me remember the Celestials," the demon said, and then grabbed his sword by the handle. He gripped it tightly, and all his eyes closed to slits. The heroes were already filled with fright when they saw that. The demon's bloodlust started leaking out endlessly. It caused their hands to shiver, and their minds to get foggy. Storm understood that they were sitting ducks now, lambs waiting for the slaughterer, and he was not about to allow that to happen. He called for his sword from his ring. His sword was a beautiful blade, straight and sharp. The interior of the blade was made of some sort of flexible blue material, and the edges were made with a silver-looking metal, covered in runes. Storm took a stance, his eyes closed into slits as he stared at the demon. There was a slight trembling in his hands, but he did his best to mask it and make sure that it didn't show. "We are the heroes, born of the Celestials, the ones that stand against you demons," Storm declared. "Ah, it finally makes sense," the demon said, and removed his sword from the ground. A long, web-like crack formed as the demon pulled out his sword. Storm didn't want to wait for this demon to make the first move. "Heroes, let's take this demon down," he yelled and charged in. His speed was teleport-like, his movements were straight yet held an amount of uncertainty in them. He rushed in with his sword at his side, then leapt into the air, raising the sword up. The clouds roared and raged in that instant, and a massive bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the sword. Channeling that crazy amount of lightning into the sword, he swung down. The temperature reached heights of the sun in that instant. But rather than block, the demon watched the blade come toward him, and in the last fraction of a second, he suddenly moved. It took a step back and then used his sword to block, completely nullifying Storm's attack. A clash shockwave followed. It was so powerful that Storm was thrown back. He flipped in the air and landed on his feet. "Are you really the strongest in the world now, or am I missing something?" "Well, it doesn't matter now, does it?" the demon said, and then he took a stance. In the following second, he vanished. Both heroes and demons looked around, trying to find him, but they couldn't. Then, out of nowhere, he appeared behind one of the heroes of the weakest hero, Gerund. Gerund was a buff man with 2 cross-axes on his back. He had a long beard that gave him a rough look. Gerund's eyes opened wide when he felt a sudden presence behind him. He wanted his body to move, but even as he tried, he felt he was not fast enough. Storm and Anna moved toward Gerund. They ran at their fastest. San, being the master of wind, propelled herself to move faster, but she was a few seconds late as the demon's blade slashed through Gerund's neck and cut his head clean off. Black flames erupted on the head and the body and burned it down to the bones in an instant. Storm's pupils trembled in rage as he saw this. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward. With rage in his eyes, he went in for a stab, but the demon had already prepared for him. He was already slashing. The blade would surely hit Storm and kill him. But right before the blade reached Storm, a sudden force pulled him back and slammed him into the ground, saving his life. Storm stood on his feet and looked back who it was Maid who had used her metal control to pull him back. If not, he would have died. Storm, do not rush into battle. That demon is only toying with us. They have no fear of whatever you do. They see you as toys, and that's all, Dagon said. A dragon? Oh, there are two of you, the crystal dragon and the red dragon. The demon finally turned his attention to the Demon King. He could see through their human forms instantly. I have two issues here, and because of that, I'll kill all of you. You dare take human forms, throwing away your forms given by us, the demons. You have disrespected us and rebelled. And the other reason why I will kill you is because you hid the dark dragon from me. Where is he? The demon roared. There is no dark dragon. They have all died out, Dagon said. Ha 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 ha, you really think lies will save you here? It is impossible for the dark dragons to die. Their race was not just created, they were the fabrication of perfection, built to rule this world. At first, our leaders made them to be weapons, but the goddess toyed with our creation and made the dark dragons a fixed point in this world of our race. The only ones that can grow infinitely and even destroy us demons. No matter what age and time, in this world, there must exist a dark dragon. If there fails to be at least one dark dragon, this world would crumble on itself. So I ask again, where is the dark dragon? The demon asked. This time, his voice was commanding. His tone made it clear that Allah would put all of them in danger. He is not here, Dagon said. The demon vanished and appeared right in front of Dagon, his sword hacking down from above, ripping through space. Dagon reacted as fast as he could, transforming into his full dragon form instantly, though the blade still hit and cut through his shoulder. As he transformed, there was still a deep gash on one of his wings, and it was burning with black flames that didn't want to go out. Dagon moved as fast as he could. He flapped his wings and shot into the air, but the demon followed. Storm made a quick move and caused a tower of rock to shoot out of the ground and grab hold of the demon's legs. But that didn't even manage to slow the demon down. The rock tower shattered, and the demon flew, catching up to Dagon in an instant. Dagon turned midair and shot out a stream of extremely hot flames, but the demon flew right through them. The demon held his sword like a spear and threw it. The sword traveled at an instantaneous speed and hit Dagon right in the gut, passing through him and coming out on the other side. The impact of the small sword was so powerful that it sent Dagon plummeting down. Dagon landed on the ground, a massive crater forming beneath him. The demon flew down at full speed to finish off Dagon, but Elaine ran in. She transformed into her real form and moved at an insane speed. She leapt into the air and rammed into the demon before he could reach Dagon. The demon was able to react to her movements easily. He grabbed her by the tail and slammed her into Dagon. The force of the impact drove Dagon deeper into the ground. The demon stood over Dagon, wanting to deliver the final blow, but Storm was not having it. A storm cloud gathered over the head of the demon, and a powerful bolt of lightning struck down. The demon used his sword to block the lightning, and that created an opening. Maze stepped forward from where she stood and conjured a huge metal lance. She fired it at the demon, but before it reached him, a massive black flame exploded from his body. Enough games, the demon said and shot into the air. He flew so fast that their eyes could not follow him. He made a turn in the air and started coming down at an unbelievable speed. He broke through several speed barriers and slammed into the ground. The entire area exploded into bits, throwing all the heroes and demon kings into the air, and then he moved again. His body blitzed, and in a single second, he had already killed two. He killed a hero, a female hero, Lena. Her beautiful blonde hair was soaked with blood as her head flew off her body. He made a quick turn and went for the Minotaur. The Minotaur was able to react and see the sword right before it reached him, but sadly, he lacked the speed to dodge, and his head flew into the air. The others landed roughly on the ground, but they all got up as fast as they could, only to see that two more of them had died. Dagon was heavily injured and still in his dragon form. The flames were causing him immense pain. The demon looked over at Dagon and snapped his fingers. The flames became bigger and enveloped Dagon, completely consuming him. Dagon roared in pain, but he couldn't get rid of the flames, and he burned there. The strongest demon king died like nothing. That was when it set in their weakness, how powerless they were against this demon. Was this the power of a true demon? The demon saw their fear and laughed. Ha 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 ha, yes, 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 this is what I like to see, the despair, the pain, and the fear, he said, and moved again, reaching another hero. Like a pimple, he popped his head. Look at you all, with the belief that you can actually stop me. If the dark dragon was here, that would have been possible, the demon said. Then, suddenly, more roars resounded in the sky, and several demons flew toward them. They all landed behind the first demon, each one looking the same as the first, with slight differences in color. The demons looked at the humans and the other races with disgust in their eyes. So this is where you were. We had to fly out to see you. A commander has come out, one of the demons said. Only one commander has made it through? Who is it? He asked. Your commander, Lady's Oath, the demon said. The first demon had a shocked look on his face when he heard that. He immediately looked at the heroes and demon kings. I am deeply sorry that our discussion has to be cut short, but Commander's Oath will kill me if I don't return to her side. A millennial seal would make anyone grumpy, the demon said. He turned to look at the others. Kill them. Leave their corpses to rot, he said. The demons moved immediately. Elaine knew that she would die here if she didn't do something. So as a last resort, she decided to do what she was not supposed to do, and that was tamper with her fate lines. She looked for her target, someone that could withstand the backlash of what she was about to do. And the only person that could not die, the undying hero, White Fang. Using her fastest speed, she ran to White Fang before the demons could get to her. She transformed into a human in an instant and stretched out her hands. White Fang didn't know what she was doing, but he decided to stretch out his hand and touch hers. As soon as their fingers touched, Elaine manipulated White Fang's fate lines, shifting his current fate to a wave other than here. With that shift alone, they both vanished from that location before the demons could reach them. The demons saw this, but they couldn't do anything now. After all, they had vanished. They went ahead to kill the heroes and the demon kings in seconds. Their resistance proved useless, and all of them were killed and burned in flames. The heroes and demon kings are the ones set to protect this world, or so they had always thought. I had died. The demons all left after killing them, and they returned to the Empire. Commander's Oath had made this their base. All the humans had already died in the capital, and only the towns and cities outside had people. But as the demons started spreading, the panic also spread. All the citizens and people of the Empire started fleeing, but not many could get away. The demons were faster, stronger, smarter. Only two could take down a town with ease. None of the weapons of the Empire could work. The nobles sent their strongest armies. They sent their demonized. They used all they could to try to stop the demons. But the demons could not be stopped, and less than an hour after the seal was broken, 30% of the Empire already belonged to them, and this number was rapidly rising. In an empty, vast, dry wasteland, with no life in sight, space distorted and twisted, and suddenly, two people appeared. They both landed on the ground with a loud thud. It was Elaine and White Fang. She had manipulated his present fate to change his location and use him to drag her along. That action caused both of them heavy backlash. All of Fang's limbs were cut off badly. His entire body looked like mangled up flesh, with blood pouring out in all directions. His eyes were shut as though he was dead, and considering his state, being alive would be a miracle. Elaine, on the other hand, was not hit as badly as Fang. She managed to get out with a few cuts and cracked bones, but that was all. The reason she was able to do that was because she used Fang as the anchor for what she did, and he took the main brunt. Arg! She let out a pained groan and sat up. She looked at Fang beside her. How long will it take for you to heal up? She asked in a casual tone. Fang groaned in response and didn't do anything more. Even for someone that didn't die, the wounds he got were something out of this world. Elaine sat beside him and watched him slowly heal up. His limbs grew back, every broken bone, every part of him was fixed. He sat up slowly and stretched his body. Arg! Fuck, he cursed as he sat up. Though what you did hurt like hell, thank you. You managed to make us escape inevitable death, White Fang said. I didn't do it for you. If there was a way for me to do it without you, I would have, Elaine said. You think I don't know that? But it doesn't matter. I at least have a few more days added to my life because of you, White Fang said. I guess that's true. It's not like we will survive much longer, though. Everything has gone up in flames, and this time it's because of humans. The status quo was fine. We had peace, everything was well, but the Emperor just had to dip his hands into uncharted waters and cause this, Elaine said, her voice sounding angry. It's not time to be pointing fingers. Our world as we know it might soon cease to exist, White Fang said. I know. I've been thinking of how this situation could be better, but nothing has seemed reasonable, Elaine said. So what do we do now? White Fang asked. I don't really know, Elaine said and got up. She walked a bit forward. Silver has become the center of this all. The moment the seal opened, his fate lines latched onto every fate line. He has become the anchor point, and not just an anchor point. I think the best thing we can do is find him. I don't know what we will do when we get there, but we have to find him, Elaine said. You'll have to go alone. I need to find my sister. Her original ability might be able to help us out, White Fang said. Or you just want to see her? There is a probability that the original families have been hit too and the demons have already taken them down. How do you know she is still alive? She might be dead, sorry to say, Elaine said bluntly with a straight face. No, I'm sure she is still alive. Her ability is not just like any other. She possesses powerful reality manipulation. With that, she can help us battle the demons, White Fang said. Even with the ability to change reality and warp it, your sister can't stand against the beings that killed off the strongest demon king in a heartbeat. Our best bets are to find Silver and to hide the World Tree. Finding people now is not on our to-do list, Elaine said. I'm not doing that. I want to find her, and that's what I will do, White Fang said. You will do no such thing. I unraveled fate lines and manipulated them just so that we could escape and have a chance to save this world. Now you want to walk away to search for someone who might be dead? Where is your will to serve, your obedience to the code? Where is it all? She asked. There is no code anymore. If you have forgotten, all that died a minute ago in the place we almost died. I am grateful for what you have done and for saving me. But for the last moments of my life, I want to spend it doing something that I want to do, not something I was obligated to do by some rules and regulations that no one knows who created, White Fang said and started walking. Elaine was not sure what to do. She could understand why White Fang would react like this. He was feeling hopeless and tired. He wanted some sense of normalcy before he died in this collapsing world. A part of her wanted to leave all this behind and just hide, but she knew that she would still end up dead. She would rather fight for a chance at a free future than just die. Fang, I know how you feel, your tiredness, your want to give up. Just a few moments ago, we stood as the most powerful beings, and now we have seen that we are not as great as it seems. But that does not make us any less heroes and demon kings. We have the job to fight to the bitter end, because as we fight, we are giving innocence a chance at life. We are giving your sister the chance to be who she wants to be, and that's all because we fought. It is better to die with your sword raised up against your enemies than with your back to them. I have no words to convince you, no promise, no nothing. Only the pure intent in my heart to fix this before all comes to an end. Silver turned back human. He walked toward the castle of Ronan, determined to finish the war and end Ronan. But as he reached the doors of the castle, he felt a strange energy. It felt unfamiliar yet very familiar. He didn't know what to do when he felt that energy. He decided to go in regardless because he didn't know what it was, but as he was about to step through the door, he felt an extreme uneasiness. He didn't know why, but he could not shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. And just then, an old friend came back to him. System rebooted. Emergency protocol has been initiated. Name, Silver, evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 6 million. EXP, 10,000. 4 million. SP, 1 million. Level, 4. Evolved. Strength, 65,000. Defense, 65,000. Speed, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 21,000. Emergency mission has kicked in. The task has been failed. Host has failed the task given to him by the goddess Ophelia. The seal has been broken. Demons have invaded the world. Host will now be transported to the goddess for new information. Silver watched in confusion. What was happening? Had the system not died? How was he seeing this? And why was he seeing this? His body slowly vanished from the terrain he stood on, and when he opened his eyes again, he stood right at the beginning of the first place he had been when he came to this world. The place where he met Ophelia. The place where this journey started. Silver looked up and saw Ophelia seated. She had a blank expression on her face, but when she looked up and saw Silver, she broke into a small smile, as if trying to welcome him. Silver didn't know what was wrong with her or why she was that way, but he didn't have time for this. He wanted to understand the situation, or why had the system suddenly appeared back, and why did it tell him that the seal was broken? "I'm guessing I have a ton of questions," she said. "Yeah, that's easy to figure out because, since the moment I was born, everything seemingly stopped making sense. I was supposed to follow your task, find it, and fix it. But everywhere I turned, I found out that there were so many unanswered things that I couldn't wrap my head around. I was almost assassinated by some divine being who, to this day, you haven't found. He took me back to my homeworld and tried to use order to assassinate me. You would think your order has some sort of security against such a thing, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. It just let that happen, and I almost died." As if that was not bad enough, a being suddenly started sending beings against me, putting my life at risk every single time. Then there was the demon threat, Lily's visions, Quinn's dreams, and a whole lot more that keeps on happening, and I don't understand. I ran with it. I didn't question it. I never questioned the fact that no one knows what this world is called, that no one knows why there are seemingly no other continents when there should be. I never asked to question because I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe that you knew what you were doing and that, in due time, I would come to really understand what it is that I am doing here. But on the contrary, I got more and more questions piled up to ask. I had more and more things that I wanted to know, and more truths that I needed to know. And the day I tried to speak, some being tried to silence me and take away my memories. When it got to that point, I knew I could not stand for this. I was being controlled to a puppet tied to strings, dancing to a tune that I never agreed to. When I came here, I agreed to help you with your task, but I never agreed to become a puppet for your control. When the system gave himself for me, he gave me a message from you, saying I should save you. I really felt like you were in distress. I started believing maybe it was not your fault. But then, now you put another system in my head and force me into this place that I don't want to be. And now I'm looking at you, and there is no distresser, just a goddess looking at me. If the demons are out, you go deal with it. I will not be a part of this anymore, Silver said. So you don't care about your family then? You know they will die in this. The calamity caused by the demons is not little, Ophelia said. Yes, classy. So you brought me here in order to blackmail me into being your puppet? Silver asked. No, that's not it, Silver. Right now, what I am doing, I should not do. And when I am done, order will come for me. He will take me away and remove my control over this world. As a goddess, the crime is not big enough for me to die, but he will completely make sure that I can't interfere. And that's why I sent out my message. I also need you to save me. I need you to help me get free from these chains that have bound me for so long. True, I'm not a good person. I have manipulated and used my world many times in an attempt to create something that will save me from what I am in. This is the last opportunity I might ever get to see you, Silver, and so I'll use this time to tell you all that I can of the truth of this world. I'll tell you of a time before the heroes and the demon kings, the full story of my world. Argon, Ophelia said in a serious tone. Argon? Silver asked. Yes, Argon is your world, the world I am goddess over, just like your Earth, but Argon is very different and special, she followed up. She got up from where she sat and walked to Silver. For the last time, I'll ask you to believe in me and come, she said and stretched out her hands. Silver looked at her hands, not sure of what action to really take. He took a deep breath and then held her hand. "I have nothing to lose at this point. I might as well see what you want to show me," he said. She nodded in response, and then suddenly, everywhere changed. They appeared inside a small room, where a young Ophelia stood near a table. The room was made of a simple human design, though with some inexplicable things, like a plant that was dancing by the window, a floating bed, and floating lights. "Is that you?" Silver asked. "Yes, but me and my memories." "All you are seeing now is my memories," she said. "You look more than 16. "Do gods age?" Silver asked. "Natural-born gods age, but their aging stops after maturity or whenever they feel they have achieved their perfect look. Some gods feel like the old look suits them more, and so they allow themselves to look like that," she responded. "You said natural-born gods. Does that mean there are gods that aren't born naturally?" he asked. "Yes, there are gods that rose to godhood along the lines. They showed some sort of level of power and ability that order ascended them to godhood," she explained. She stared at the girl at the table for a while and then placed her hands on Silver's shoulder. "Though this is not what I wanted to show you, I just thought it would be better to explain this memory a little. I was about to be given a world to rule over, and as gods, the worlds chose us, and not the other way around. I had been chosen by Argon. That was how I became the goddess of Argon." "Now to what I want to show you," she said, and they vanished again, appearing at the peak of a mountain. The peak was so high that it stretched into the sky. They looked down, and the lands looked tiny beneath them. "When I came to Argon, I had different ideas. I wanted to do something unique, so I began the creation of life in this world with the help of an evil god. With his help, I made the 8 continents, each one beautiful and perfectly made, but I didn't want to allow all 8 to interact easily. I took one of the continents, the one that would be the testing phase for what I had planned. Normally, every god created their first 2 races, the balances of good and evil, demons and angels. But that wasn't what I did. I played a different game. I made beings not of my own power, but with the help of something that the evil god helped me find, and that was the blood of a dead god. The blood of a god is special, filled with divinity. A single drop could shake Argon, yet I had a massive amount of it now with me. And in the creation of the demons and the celestials, I used the blood of the god. This caused unexpected changes to my world, creating beings that were extremely powerful or too powerful for my world. I tried to hide this fact. I tried to cover it and make sure that no one found out, but the evil god helped Order find out the wrongs I committed by using the blood of a god. And that was the beginning of my pain and all my struggles. Order came after me, and he decided to wipe away my world and give me a new start. But I had so much planned for this world, and I promised that I could fix it. I refused the offer. Order then gave me an ultimatum. I could not affect this world actively, and every time that I did that, I would suffer for it. I could also never destroy the races I created, and I could not create new races. I would have to leave the running of my world to the races that I had created. That was too much, and I would not be able to do or fix anything at all. That was too far. And it was basically saying I would no longer have a world to rule over. After much begging and pleading and bending of logic, I got Order to allow me a certain amount of control. All I had to do was find a way to stop the demons and the celestials without having a hand in their lives directly. Order watched me closely, and soon I filled the world with the celestials and the demons. After that, I created the world tree of the tree that tapped into my power and allowed them to create more life. This tree became the center of contention after thousands of years, and then war broke out. Humans and the celestials, other races and the demons, an unending war that spanned thousands of years. Argon was taking the brunt of this war, and with every passing time, the war was causing Argon to start falling apart, and I could not allow this to happen. And then I discovered the demons making a new race that was far different from what I had seen. It was a dragon, but a dark dragon. I saw that as my opportunity. I could take the risk of planting the seed. So what I did was remove limitations from their creation, making the dark dragon an unstoppable figure. This was something I wasn't supposed to do. In the eyes of Order, I shouldn't have, and so I got punished again. with more of my access removed. But I had done what I needed to do already. I had created the weapon I would use to free myself. Silver listened to what she said. It answered some things but laid many new questions in his mind, so he looked at her and asked, "So the dark dragons, they were made without limit? Their growth could not be stopped?" She nodded her head in response. "Exactly. Their growth could never be stopped. They could rise and rise and rise. But the issue was that they didn't know about this. The dark dragons felt as though they were simply a race that surpassed the other races, held tight to serve the demons. That was what they thought. They didn't know that they had the ability to rise and become stronger than even the same demons that they served. And so they allowed themselves to be limited by their own mindset. Their own belief dwarfed how far they could grow. If this continued, I would never be free. I would never be able to create a being that would save me. I went into thinking, pondering solutions through the wars and all," she said, and then looked into the distance. There was a look of remorse and pain in her eyes. She then turned to look at Silver, placed her hands on him, and then vanished again. When they appeared, they stood at the site of a great war, tens of millions of beings fighting in a very vast land. Humans, elves, and all races, demons, and celestials flew in the sky, locked in battle. This was the peak of the battle. Everything had taken a turn that I didn't want or expect. I could not wipe away the demon or celestial race, so I had to do what I had to do. I created the sub-dimensions of heaven and hell, and in those two places, I locked away the demons and the celestials. Now, this part is where it gets tricky and serious. Silver, I pray you will listen closely. There existed 8 continents, each one carrying life of all races, but these continents were massive. I saw them as lifelines to do what I wanted to do. So I separated the continents, putting the void between them. The void was a creation of my want for emptiness between the continents. My desire for that gave birth to the void that exists between each continent, and also gave birth to a being I am sure you have seen," she said. And then the scene changed to an empty space with moonlight and a figure standing at the same figure Silver had fought with. This creature is the void, and he stays in the void, wandering endlessly, waiting for the man that will come to a certain realization, and that is that this world is incomplete. When a person has that thought and it begins to lay roots in their mind, void comes and takes away that thought and the memories. For thousands of years now, void has managed to keep that status quo. Because of him, the 8 continents have never met. Now, I know you'll be wondering why I would do such a thing and also about the fact that Order did nothing to stop me, she said and looked at him. Not really. I've come to understand that the workings of Order and how he does his things are not a simple right and wrong matter. It's deeper than that, Silver said. Exactly. You are getting it now. Order does not care for right and wrong. All he cares about is the survival of our universe. At every given instance, he is running an infinite amount of information and data, processing all that is happening at every given time. He is running the simulations, trying to know what to allow and what to stop. Whenever a single factor in his simulations seems like a threat to the universe, he moves to stop it, to nip it in the bud. Why he was against me at first was simple. I created demons and celestials with the blood of a god, which means if they tried hard enough, many of them would reach the status of godhood. As he is Order, he would have to give them that status, but their presence is contradictory to his process of becoming gods. This would create a lot of parallel conflicts against himself. That's why he wanted to end them immediately after, but I stepped in and was able to sway him. Natural-born gods are tied to Order whether we want it or not, and that gives us a certain amount of say, especially when it comes to our world. I managed to get Order to not destroy my world, but his condition was that I do not interact with the beings I have created. I could interact with my world, I could interact with other things, but not those beings I had created, and the reason was because Order wanted to make sure that I could not be able to make those beings aware of their potential. Order didn't want it to be plausible that I show or even hint at their potential. He wanted the Celestials and the demons to be kept in the dark about it. It was the same thing with the dark dragons. I removed their limitation, and that means their race could rise to become gods or more. So, in his infinite calculations and processes, he saw that the dark dragons would be a threat, and in honesty, they actually became a threat. But we are getting to that. There is still a lot that came long before that, and all that is tied to the experiments that I did with the 8 continents. You have spoken of the experiment on repeat now, but you have yet to even tell me a bit of what it is or how it went, Silver said. I know. I'm trying to find the best way to explain this. There exist 8 heavens and 8 hells, just as there exist 8 continents, Ophelia said. Silver heard that, and immediately, a confused look appeared on his face. What did you say? He asked. Silver heard that, and immediately, a confused look appeared on his face. What did you say? He asked. I created 9 heavens and 8 hells, and all that was to carry out the experiment. I wanted to seal the demons and celestials separately. Now, Order didn't see an issue in me sealing them, as that would actually help handle the first issue that Order had against them. Whatever method I used to seal them didn't matter to it, so I did what I wanted and sealed them into the 8 realms I created. I sealed them in levels of strength. The strongest celestials and demons were sealed in the first continent, and then it followed like that. You understand the rest of that, she said. The scene transformed to where the first demons and celestials were sealed in the first continent. It was a barren valley. At the center of the valley was where I used as the anchor to seal them. It is not really important, but I just felt I had to show you. The first continent was where I sealed the demons first. It was to serve as the prototype for the rest of the world. What I did was try to create replicas of the first continent in all the other continents. I created the heroes, the demon kings, and basically the same story throughout the world. Remember I said I wanted to create backups, lifelines that would help me, so I replicated everything in all the continents and made sure to separate them so that they never knew, Ophelia said. Silver had 11 minds. It would be a shocker if he didn't understand what she was saying by now. So you are telling me that all 8 continents were simulations that you set, replicating the first continent, a repeated setting? You mean to say there has been the same set of people for each continent? You replicated or created more and more? Silver asked. He kept a straight face, not showing any emotions. To an extent, that is what I am saying. The system was the same, but the people were not the same. They followed the same pattern. The empire, the Holy Kingdom, they were all constants. But the people were not constant. They changed in every setting except for one constant, and that was you, she said, not looking at Silver at all. What do you mean me? There is only one of me, Silver said. He didn't like where this particular discussion was going one bit. Yes, you, Silver. There only exists one of you, but not of the you before. Your Earth had several timelines, and if you have learned anything from me, you would have known by now that I possess the laws of time and space. I was able to go through your timeline every single time, and in every time you died, I took your soul and planted it in one of the 8 continents, repeatedly creating a dark dragon that would rise without limit and reach where I wanted you to reach, Ophelia said. Silver was truly not a fan of what he was hearing at all. He sat down on the ground and started speaking. Hear me out now. I'll try to analyze all you have done, and if I am right, tell me. The real world was the first continent. That was the only real world that ever existed, that ever held the essence of truth. And in that world, or continent, you sealed the demons and the celestials so the pure, unfiltered form of them. Then you created the heroes and the demons, and that was also when you went to one of my timelines and took my soul. You created the first dark dragon that had to fulfill your task. The other dark dragons didn't know about their limitless potential, and so you had to make the version that would actually rise and save you. I am sure that this person, this version of me, grew as you wanted. He might have even risen beyond the scope of what you wanted, but this being didn't free you. That must have been the first dark dragon, the one that rose to battle Order. I am also guessing that this being left the continent, and soon the demons and celestials were free and wreaked havoc in that continent. Soon after, the version of me that you created first must have died. You needed to try again. You needed to make another world like the first, one that would have more rules, so that the same thing never happened. I'm sure by this time, Order had limited your power more and heavily punished you for almost causing such destruction. Because of that, you could not create a brand new world in the next continent, and you could not use another soul. You were limited, but you had to try again. So you made a copycat in the second continent, creating variations, warping their memories to believe that the first dark dragon was from their world, making them feel like the center of it all. And then you took another me, created another variation, and used that variation for a second attempt to an attempt I am sure didn't work. So you did it again in the third, making a better version while editing what you failed to do in the last one. You wanted to make the perfect conditions for your puppet, which was me. But you kept failing, and with every failure that happened, your power was stripped away more and more by order. But you kept going, editing memories of people, making it seem like their world was the world, when in reality, all they had as memories were never their own. You just kept remaking. Order refused to let you have the power to create life again, so you copied the souls of people and pasted them into these new worlds you made. That managed to ensure Order didn't completely shut you down. You weren't creating you were only copying the people. Ophelia watched as Silver analyzed the whole thing. She didn't say a word, but her face showed that what he said was true. Silver looked up. His eyes held hidden rage, but he did his best to suppress it. Ophelia, you mean to say we have all been toys? We have all been nothing but toys with memories rearranged and twisted to fit what you want? You put your wants over us? You decided that we are nothing more than toys for your free plan? Silver asked. I understand your rage, Silver. I would hate me if I were you too. I was obsessed with wanting to be free. I lost sight of what mattered. I made myself feel better by saying when I get free, I would fix everything. But enough of my feelings. What I am doing here has contradicted the entire deal with Order. Order will come for me, and without me, the system will fall. The void will be free, the world tree will vanish, and the demons from all 8 continents will merge. I know you don't want to listen to me anymore after what I did, but this is no longer for me, but for you and your family, the people that you cherish in your world. You are the only thing in this world that might be able to stop this all from coming to an end. But before I leave you, I have to tell you, in all the time I have kept doing this, there is only one of your timeline variants that has died, and that's the first Dark Dragon, but every variant after him is alive, and they hate me and this world. They are led by the second variant, and his plan is to cause the destruction of this world. The way he plans to do that is by causing all heaven and all hell to be unsealed, and that would lead to a worldwide war on Argon. Argon is already damaged to an insane level, and a war of such magnitude will bring it to its wit's end. The variants want the demons and celestials to destroy the world. You might be the only thing that can stop it all and save Argon, Ophelia said. Ha 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 ha. You seriously are something else. I can't believe I used to respect your words. I felt that you were the smartest, the only person I should listen to, but now that feels wrong. How can there be 7 of me that hate you? That means you are the issue, you are the problem. Well, evidently, you are. But before I fully blame you, tell me why they hate you, why they despise you and want to destroy our world. After that, I have more questions, like about Ragnar and the Weeping Angels, Silver said. Sigh, the Ragnar issue is also there. The reason why they hate me is because, in all their worlds, they lost their dearest people in death. Everyone that they loved died, and then they discovered that I was using them. The first to find out was the second variant, and then after that, he started searching out the other variants, and whenever they lost all hope, he would come and show them the truth. He made all of them hate me even more. He was going to come for you. In fact, I believe you have seen him at some point, but I didn't want to allow him to get to you. I decided to come to you first, to tell you what I needed to tell you. That's a lie. You should know I'm too smart for that, Silver said. The only reason you came to me now is because I am your last hope. Truly vile. You always wanted to make it seem like you were good. You used everything, hints, and hidden messages to make it seem like you were good, but you were just choosing me. You knew that if I joined the variants, that would be the end of you. There would be no fixing your world, Argon would be destroyed, and you would remain chained to Order. That's the reason you came to me now, to use family to manipulate me and make me feel like saving this world is my duty. This is your very last chance to get free, and so you took the gamble, Silver said, shoving the truth down Ophelia's throat. I understand your hatred, and I'll not tell you to do what I want you to do. It's left for you to decide now. I'm sorry I failed you so much. Before you leave here, I should explain the issue of Ragnar. Ragnar is a primal being. He, in particular, is a being that feasts on powerful beings or beings with high potential to grow stronger. He had never come to my world because he had been asleep all the times I was doing what I wanted, but when he woke up, that was when you were born. So you are the first dark dragon to face the issue of Ragnar. I have tried to slow him down, but now that I'll be going away, I'm sure he will come soon, and if he comes, he will destroy Argon, Ophelia said. I think Argon should be destroyed at this point. Everyone wants it dead because of you, so let it die. Also, don't put your hope in me coming to save you. That will never happen. I hope you feel immense pain wherever you are kept. I'm tired of this. Take me home, Silver said and got up. Then he remembered something. You never told me who tried to get me killed back then by transporting me back to Earth, he said. Ophelia immediately had a look on her face that said Italy she was not going to speak. I can't tell you who that person is. I did find out, but I can't for your own sake, she responded. Give me a break. You know what? Send me back. You can go and get locked up for all I care, Silver said. I understand. I have also freed the system for you now, she said, and Silver immediately vanished. As he vanished, a figure appeared behind Ophelia, covered in all white from head to toe. Even its face was covered. Good. Now that you have used your one wish to speak to him, you must return to order, as per your agreement, the figure said. Silver appeared back where he had started. It seemed that time had frozen after she took him and only restarted after he arrived back. That bitch, Silver cursed. He looked at the castle and lost interest in going in. He turned and walked away, then snapped his fingers. A massive purple flame appeared over the castle and kept growing and growing. Holding myself back all this whole time has been a pain. Because of it, I lost people I should not have lost, friends and family that are dear to me, because I believed that bitch had a plan. If only I knew that all she was doing was for her selfish desire. Sigh, it doesn't matter now. I'm tired of it all, Silver said. He snapped his fingers a second time, and the fireball fell into the castle. The flame exploded on contact. The explosion was massive, bringing down the entire castle. The blast was very widespread. Silver didn't stop there. He snapped his fingers again, and flames started appearing above the entire capital. Everyone who was still alive looked up at the sky with fear written over their faces. Silver contacted the guardians and the rest. Leave the capital now. I'm ending this, Silver said. He barely counted up to 10 before allowing the flames to start falling. The entire capital was burned down to the ground. Silver walked through the flames. His steps were slow and heavy. He started to understand what Lily had always been showing him: the future filled with war and death. You would think that coming to a new world would have its upsides and happy moments, but every fucking time I actually get some happiness, something comes to spoil it, Silver complained. He let out a small pained chuckle, then turned into a dragon and flew away. He landed outside and transformed back. He looked at the capital burning before his eyes, but this was the least of his troubles. The demons were out, and that meant things were about to get extremely serious. He needed to find a way to keep his whole family safe somehow. I need to get Elsa and Ares back, Silver said to himself. He immediately contacted Elsa. He hadn't done that in a while since he had sent her on a special mission, but that was no longer important. At this point, the only thing that mattered was that he managed to get all of them back together. Daddy! Elsa called out in happiness when Silver contacted her. Her joy was evident through her voice. Hello, Elsa. I'm happy you are fine, Silver greeted first. And where's my greeting? Ares asked. I'm happy you are fine as well, Ares. I'll get right to the point. You have to come back, and as fast as possible. I know you can tell already something is wrong. Well, the seal has been broken. The demons have been released. They will soon start attacking if we don't find a way to keep ourselves safe. I will be heading toward the Elven Empire, so both of you should head that way and meet us. Nowhere else is safe in this world right now. No realm, no hidden space. I need all of you if we are going to create a defense that can stand against them. The elves had their wall created around them, and also the world tree. That is probably going to be the best defense we can get, Silver explained. We understand you. We will head back now. If the demons are truly free, then this might spell an apocalypse, Ares responded. Silver stopped talking to them and waited for the guardians to come and meet him. After a few minutes, they all found him. He waited until all of them had gathered before he spoke. I'm sure all of you felt the strange energy. That was the reason for me rushing the destruction of Ronan. The seal has been broken, and now the demons are free, roaming this world, Silver said. The air got heavy as they heard Silver's words. True demons are the most feared existence after the Celestials. Wasn't that the end of the world? I know most of you are thinking about how we can survive this, how we can fight this, but we will not be giving up anytime soon. I have people I want alive via all of you. I want you to stay alive and be there with me. My mistakes have already caused so much harm and destruction. I don't want this to continue. If I had handled the demon blood situation faster, all this would not have happened. And though it has happened, I will not be giving up. There is a way out, and we will find it. The demons have only just come out. They are intelligent beings. They should understand that there might be things in this world now that are as strong as them. Sure, it's not true, but that slight lack of information can buy us well-needed time. What I want us to do is head to the Elven Empire and meet the others. The elves have the tree wall and those monsters inside. With that, we might be able to add a little bit more of our own help and manage to block off the Empire. I feel they won't go for the elves yet. Rather, the dragons and the Holy Kingdom will fall first, Silver explained. Wait, why are they going for the races that helped them fight the Celestials? Dawn asked. Because back then, they were puppets. History might have failed to see this, but the demons created the other races to use as weapons, which meant they controlled them. But now, after their sealing, all these races have gained freedom. And I'm sure, in the sight of war-seeking beings like the demons, freedom from them is treacherous, Drake explained. I understand. So that means they are here to wipe out all races, Dawn said. Yes, and create the battleground for when they release the Celestials, Silver said. After deciding that the Elf Empire was the location they would head to, Silver transformed into his full dragon form. The others climbed on his back, and he immediately took to the air, but not before he unsummoned his entire abyssal army from wherever they were. As for the abominations, he allowed them to roam free. They were not his problem now. Silver decided not to take any chances, so he summoned all his clones and had them transform and fly beside him, creating a beautiful dragon formation. 3 clones flew in front of him in a triangle formation, blocking the flowing air as they flew. Silver wanted them to fly at top speed, and for that, he needed this formation. People like Dawn, Fang, and Gillen could not take the wind force that would hit them if this formation was not in place. Silver flew through the air as fast as he could. This was the first time since he came to this world that he flew without hindrance or fear for the person on his back. As he flew, Silver decided to do something now. The goddess had fixed the system, or so she said, and this time she gave it to him unlimited. So he wanted to help himself to a few things. System stats, he called in his mind. Name, Silver, evolved. Race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 6 million. EXP, 10,000. 4 million. SP, 1 million. Level, 4, evolved. Strength, 65,000. Defense, 65,000. Speed, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 21,000. He stared at his stats. This was what he had become, the level that he had grown to. This was him after over 14 years of being on this planet, Argon. But this was not his full strength. It came nowhere close to what he was capable of, and he knew this. He had always wanted to hold himself back in his own mind. Palacia, play it safe, don't overdo it. But this time, he would be overdoing it. He had to overdo it. It was time to show that he was the overpowered Dark Dragon. System, I want to be able to regenerate my mana faster, far faster than I could before, Silver said to the system. The system went silent for a while, but then it responded. Mana flow optimization. This technique will increase your mana regeneration ability by 10 times. It's a passive skill that runs on its own. Cost, 500,000 SP. Silver saw the technique and immediately didn't waste any time. He bought it. It was exactly what he needed. Mana flow optimization, 10x. Silver loved to see the 10x sign next to his technique. It meant he was back. He was back in the game. Rather than a tenfold increase in his mana regeneration, he got 100-fold. There was a reason why he chose to do this, and that was because of his strongest asset, his clone army. Now that he could regenerate his mana at an exponential rate, he could have his clones create clones, and with each set of clones, there was a tenfold strength increase. He didn't know how strong the demons were, but he was ready for them, and he meant that with everything he had. While he was distracted by the system and the technique he was acquiring, they were already getting close to the Elf Empire and could see the forest wall in the distance. "Master, we are almost there," Drake told Silver. Silver looked up and saw the forest walls. He decided to wait until he contacted Amber. "Amber." Silver tried to reach her through a telepathic connection, and it worked. "Silver, is that you? It's so nice to hear from you. All of us have been worried ever since the demon seal was broken," Amber said. "You already know?" Silver asked. "My father is the emperor. He would surely know if something like that happened." "No one was expecting this. We thought you might somehow be at the center of it. It made us worry for your life," Amber explained. "It will take more than demons to actually kill me, Amber, but the situation is dire. The Elf Empire might be the only place that can help the situation," Silver said. "I don't understand." "How?" she asked. "You have the Tree of Creation, of the World Tree, the most powerful thing in this world. If we managed to help you tap into it slightly, we might be able to create a barrier that even the demons can't penetrate. For now, my idea is to play the waiting game until we understand their strength and know what to do. I'll need you to speak to your father and tell him what I said." "I'm headed to you now," Silver said, but suddenly, something caught his eye. There was an army of flying figures in the sky, headed toward the Elf Empire, moving at crazy speed. There were also some unusual beasts on the ground, rushing toward the Empire. Silver looked closer, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. It was the demons. An army of them was headed for the Elf Empire. He had never seen one before, but he knew the moment he saw them. He could tell immediately. "Amber, plans have changed. Run to your father now. Tell him the demons are headed for you guys. They are coming with a massive army. Go now," Silver yelled. Amber heard his words and didn't know what to say. She immediately ran as Silver yelled. She knew Silver would not lie about something like this. "Master, it seems they beat us to it first," Drake said. "They are after something. They wouldn't have come so quickly if they didn't have a plan," Lily said. "The World Tree. They want the World Tree. Since all the other races are no longer their puppets, they want to take control of the tree and make new puppets. They want to prepare an army before the Celestials come," Silver said. "If we let them get to the World Tree, that would be the complete end," Lily said. "We have to head there," Silver said. "We shouldn't rush in, Master. I understand that you want to go in as fast as possible, but that's not the best idea. The elves will probably bring out their best defense, trying to fight the demons. At that time, they will not know who is friend or enemy, so they'll attack both us and the demons will also attack us," Drake said. Silver was about to give a counter-argument, but he heard Elsa's voice in his head. "Daddy, look to your right." Silver glanced at his side and saw her flying toward him in her dragon form. Her dragon was far more streamlined, maybe due to the fact that she was a lady. On her back was Ares. When they got near, Silver decided to wait for them to land, so he went down. He transformed back into his human form, but the clones stayed as dragons and stood around them, putting them at the center. Elsa transformed back as well. She ran and jumped into Silver's arms. Silver caught her. "Daddy, I missed you," she said happily. "I missed you too, Elsa." "A lot," Silver said and returned her hug. To his surprise, he felt a sense of safety and warmth just from hugging her. After he let her go, he looked at the rest and spoke. "We all understand that the situation is dire, and now it has gotten worse. The demon army is headed for the elves. I don't know their strength, but it is common knowledge that a single demon is stronger than a demon king or hero. That's how bad the situation is. Battle is inevitable, but as it stands, I feel Drake's suggestion is best for now. We can't rush through this. So I've come up with an idea that might work. As of now, you are split into groups. The first group will be led by Drake, and the second by Ares. Each group is only allowed to take on one demon at a time if it ever comes down to a fight. That's the only way you'll stand a chance against those demons. We are not going to engage them. This arrangement is just in case of the worst. All I want right now is to make it into the Elven capital and find the others. We need to save them, Silver said. So how are the teams going to be, Master? Drake asked. But before Silver could respond, they felt a presence. Silver looked up, and there it was, a demon looking down at them. You all, get a safe distance away, Silver said. He wanted them away before anything happened here. This was not the best situation to meet a demon, but they had no other choice right now. Master, we will stay and fight with you, Drake said. Drake, if you can take down a demon alone, then stay. But if not, I am ordering all of you to move from here right now, Silver barked. Drake saw that his master was not joking. He turned to the others. They understood what he meant and immediately started running away from the scene. Silver unsummoned all his clones and stood there alone. He looked at the demon that was still flying right above him. The demon had black skin, with 2 wings on its back and 4 eyes. When the others were no longer there, the demon flew down. His feet touched the ground, and he stared at Silver. Your actions are pointless. Even if they run away, I would be done with you in an instant, and after I am done, I'll chase after them and kill them all. The demon spoke, its voice deep and heavy. Wow, so we speak the same language? That's nice. You'll forgive me, though. This is the first time I am seeing a demon, one of the strongest races, Silver said. One of the strongest? Are you trying to insult us, you tiny being? The demon asked. Why would I even insult you? I'm simply saying the truth. The Celestials exist, and so do the Dark Dragons. I am sure that you saw Dark Dragons here, and that's why you came. But when you arrived, you felt it was impossible that they were Dark Dragons, and so you didn't ask me about them, Silver said. The demon frowned as it listened to Silver. Indeed, I saw Dark Dragons here and came to check it out. But I am sure that they are not Dark Dragons. What would Dark Dragons be doing here? After the Celestials and the demons, they are the strongest race. They are the only ones we have an eye out for now, and there is no way you are the threat that we are to avoid, the demon said. Your stupidity is baffling, Silver said. The demon got enraged after hearing what Silver said. He pulled out his sword and slashed without care. The speed was out of this world. Silver's eyes could barely follow it. The blade was approaching him at a crazy speed. Move your body, move your fucking body, Silver. You haven't fought yet. You can't die. Fucking move. Silver screamed to himself in his mind, and finally, his feet moved, pushing him out of the way at the last moment. The blade hit the ground, and an explosion followed. The ground cracked up for more than 100 meters. The ground trembled and shook. Whoa, that was a crazy attack. It seems I'll have a good fight for the first time in a very long while, Silver said. Mission, defeat your first demon. Reward, level up, 10,000 SP, temporary status of Demon Slayer. Penalty, all stats halved. It had been a while since Silver had a mission to complete, so seeing one now made him smile. I hope demons actually have the power to shatter worlds because I can, Silver said with a smile. He immediately pulled out his sword. His wings came out, and so did his horn. He summoned all his clones. Each one appeared, standing in swag poses, looking at the demon. Shit was about to get real. The demon didn't care about the clones that popped up. It charged at Silver with a speed so fast Silver could barely follow it, but with 11 minds, one could predict the movements of someone based on where they were and their open paths. He leapt back at the right moment, and the sword passed right where he stood. Immediately after he dodged, the clones moved. That was their opening. Each of them used flash step, entering points that allowed attacks on the demon. The demon recognized what they were doing and tried to get into a stance where none of the clones could attack, but Silver didn't want this demon to have a single peace of mind. If he could not kill this demon instantly, that would mean he could not kill demons fast, and that would be an issue with the way this world had turned. I allowed White Flag to defeat me before, but that was because I didn't want to go all out. Right now, I can't risk it, Silver said to himself, and immediately after, his domain spread out. He stood there and then used time manipulation to hold the demon in place even for a moment longer. The clones all swung their swords and landed their attacks. When the time freeze was over, the demon was sent flying, covered in deep cuts. The demon rose to its feet, a look of shock on its face. It could not believe that Silver had managed to heavily injure him. Its speed. Silver was not a weak opponent. He would have to step up his game. It seems you are quite the opponent, but do not forget, I am a demon, a being with divine powers. I will not allow you to sully my pride, the demon said. Enough of all the talk. You are a demon this, you are a demon that. Who told you that your race is strong? I'll remove that notion from your head now, Silver said. And then his clones summoned their clones, who were 10 times stronger than the first clones. The demon was shocked by this development. Sure, it didn't have a problem with the first clones, but now, having more clones that gave off an even stronger aura only caused it to panic. How are you doing this? This should not be happening. The demon roared in rage. That's because you don't know who I am. You didn't ask, you assumed that you were stronger, Silver said in a cold tone. Half of the new set of clones transformed into dragons, and half transformed into the Joker of the Abyss. They all took formation, with the dragons flying above and the jokers standing below. This is my verdict because you demons decided that you would come out of the seal and do whatever you want. Silver started speaking, but the demon was not going to take that. He stomped his feet on the ground, and flames exploded from under him, enveloping his body as if he were charging up. Because you stood against me, trying to take me down, Silver said and raised his sword. The demon continued charging up his energy. The flames intensified. He lifted his sword and then blasted towards Silver. Silver looked at the incoming flaming demon and then said the last line, because you threatened to kill those close to me, you will become my victim. He dropped his sword down, and that was the signal for the dragons and the jokers to make their move. The jokers simultaneously pulled out a card from their deck, the card of chains. Chains shot out of the ground from all angles and wrapped themselves around the demon faster than he could dodge. The chains bound him and stopped his movements entirely. After the chains held it down, the dragons all released streams of flames on the demon. The demon roared in pain as the flames burned him up. Silver watched this with a smile. He decided to use dragon eyes on the demon to know the strength of a demon and see how powerful they truly were. Demon. Strength, 20 million. Defense, 22 million. Speed, 20 million. Agility, 25 million. Intelligence, 10 million. Silver's jaw almost dropped as he stared at these impossible numbers. What the hell was this? How could a being be this strong? And this was only the physical attribute, as her demons still had other hidden means of strength that they could use whenever they wanted. Silver decided to run a quick calculation in his head to see how he compared against a demon. He only had about 60,000 in his average stat. His clones had 600,000 when they didn't transform into their dragons, and his clones had 6 million. But because of their numbers and combined effect, they could take down the demon. Silver forced his eyes on the demon that was burning. Such a powerful being, and he was only one of the foot soldiers. This made Silver wonder about the stronger ones. Ophelia is really stupider to create beings of such power in her world and then complain about it falling apart, Silver said. He held the abyssal blade in front of him and got ready for an attack. The true form of the attack, the same one he used to shatter that small world when he fought against the weeping angel. It was the full power of will, a will that cut through all, a will that destroyed above and beyond. That was the will he was about to use. He closed his eyes, and the sword started to shine brightly. It kept shining and making a humming sound. The sword took control of all will, all power of choice and all power of decision. With the will to cut through everything, Silver opened his eyes shone bright, and he slashed down without holding back at all. The entire domain shattered from the attack. The bright light shone, blinding everyone for hundreds of kilometers, and after the light died down, all that was left where Silver stood was a mighty chasm in the ground that his blade had created. I think I might have overdone it, Silver said. The body of the demon was not there anymore. Mission complete. Defeat your first demon. Reward, level up, 10,000 SP. Temporary status of Demon Slayer, X10. You have killed a demon, 500,000 EXP, 250,000 SP, x10. Level up, 5,000 free stat points, x10. Level up, 5,000 free stat points, x10. Several messages followed after he killed the demon, but he was not bothered by them for now. His eyes were on the chasm that he had caused. Such an attack would most definitely pull the attention of some of the demons toward them. He knew they had to move fast, very fast, and make it out of here. Though he had seen that he had the power to take out demons, he didn't want to be invited into a large number of them at a time. Silver turned around and saw his people all looking at him with eyes that said, "What the hell?" They could not imagine how Silver managed to take out a demon like that. When he had created the domain, they were also inside the domain, so they had seen everything that happened. Everything that Silver had done already looked impossibly the clones, the jokers, everything. I know that's a lot to take in, but the summary of the situation is that I have been holding back all this time, and what you saw was me using close to my full power. Silver gave a quick explanation. That explanation doesn't cover anything. What do you mean you were holding back all this time? Ares said. Sigh, I'll make this as fast as possible. I have always never really had a limit to strength. I could make clones to an infinite amount, as long as I had the mana to supply. I have spells that bend the fabric of reality in my arsenal, and I could get new ones whenever I wanted. In summary, I have no limit to my strength. For a while now, it has been like that, Silver said, and started walking toward them. His clones and their clones transformed back to normal, but they didn't get unsummoned because Silver could not be too careful now. Then what about your fight with White Fang? It seemed like he was dominating you, Lily said. Lily, you should understand that I held myself back then. It was evident. I was trying to see what I could do with my base strength, but I could barely hold against a hero in that state, though. Silver said. The heroes were always an issue at some point. Silver suddenly heard a voice that he remembered. He turned around and saw a figure standing there, dressed in all black. He had white hair and blue eyes like Silver. Everyone immediately recognized the similarities. It was like a grown-up version of Silver standing there. Immediately, Silver saw this. He knew who this was. So you are a variant of me, Silver spoke, facing the man. Wrong. We are all variants of the first Dark Dragon. You are the last variant thrown into the despicable world that is Argon, the man said. What's your name? Silver asked. I have thrown away all names now. I go by the seventh because I am from the seventh continent, the one that came before yours, Seventh said. Silver, what's going on? Who is that? Lily asked. Lily, don't come close. You should stay where you are. Unlike the demons, I have no chance of protecting you if this person decides to kill you, Silver said. You should listen to Silver, Lily, or should I say Annie? I know everything Silver is capable of, and he knows that as well, Seventh said. You called me Annie. What is that? Lily asked. Well, that's you the first of you, that is. There have been 7 of you before, but I'll not tell much, because then Void would come here and wipe out your memory, or this time, even kill you. And I don't want you all dying so easily. I want Silver here to try his best in this continent and fight for its survival like we all did. He needs to watch it slowly collapse before his eyes, so everything that he fought so hard for as he stands upon your graves and loses himself to the rage. Only then will he be truly able to see the truth. You'll finally know why we have decided that Argon must be destroyed, Seventh said. I don't care what it is that you all believe in, but I am going to fight for this continent. I already know the truth, and I know what I have to do, Silver said. You see, that's the issue. You are still taking information from that fucked up goddess. You fail to see that all this is her selfish intention. She wants to use you and dump you, the same way she used the first and tried to use the rest of us as well. We didn't deserve this. We didn't want this. All this was forced on us. Have you never wondered, is it true that we all died in our own timelines? No, some of us were not meant to die, Silver. But to foster her agenda, she made us all die, Seventh said. The reality of that thought hit Silver, but he didn't want to bother with that now. He would think about it later. All that doesn't matter. I have people here that I want to save in this world, and I will fight for them. I'll go through hell and back to keep them safe. Even if it means fighting against the demons and the Celestials, Silver said. Even as you possess the power to fight against the demons and win, you will not be able to protect them. You have seen Lily's visions, right? They will come to pass, you know. We all tried to change it. We all tried to fight it. But at the end of the day, no matter what we did, nothing changed, Seventh said. He turned around and started walking away. Silver, you know that our real parents are still on Earth, mourning their sons, right? Seventh asked, and then vanished. As soon as the Seventh vanished, Silver turned around and looked at his team. You can't ask anything. I know a lot of questions are in your mind, but if I told you the answers, you would die. She spoke in all seriousness and sadness. The team understood him. They could tell that whatever conversation he had with Seventh was very serious and heavy. The fact that this person looked exactly like Silver and Silver was apprehensive of this person said it all. It seems the demons are not coming, Master. One of the clones spoke. How so? Silver asked. By the time you had finished your fight, their army had entered the forest's wall already, so none of them saw the attack that you had done, the clone explained. I see. Thank you. Then, Silver said and unsummoned his clones. He looked at the team and spoke. The demons have already started heading through the forest. We can't contact Amber due to the panic the elves are currently going to be in, so we can't get her to open the gates for us. There is also the fact that the demons are extremely smart. There might have someone watching, and if they see the gates open, it might be game over, Silver said. So what are you suggesting that we do now? Lily asked. Go through it like them. It will be a very tough thing to do, especially with the monsters of the forest, but if we push through with certain methods, it should work. I'll summon my abyssal army, and they will take care of the monsters that attack us while we stay at the center and run in a straight line. If it works out, we should be able to get into the Empire, Silver explained. We don't have many choices now, do we? So we have to do what we can, Aras said. Master, I think we are forgetting other defenses that the elves might have activated upon realizing that the demons are coming, Drake said. That's true, Silver. The monsters might just be one of the issues we will have to face while we are going through there, Lily said. We will have to deal with that when we are inside. There's not much choice right now. If push comes to shove, I'll have my clones and my system bring down the whole forest, but we have to make it in at any cost, Silver said. The group could tell that there was no swaying Silver about brute forcing his way through the forest, so they agreed to it. When everyone was ready, Silver summoned his abyssal army. They created a formation around them and started moving fast, heading for the forest. They moved at their top pace to ensure they got there quickly. When they reached the forest, the army didn't even falter. They charged into the forest, fully ready to fight. Immediately after they got into the forest, the battle began. Terrifyingly massive monsters with skins so dark and eyes so terrifying came out. It was a complete monstrosity fest, with things Silver have never imagined he would see in this world. With jagged teeth and claws, they all started charging at Silver's force. The team looked around, more stunned than scared, because they never knew creatures like this could exist. These monsters were all an effort from the World Tree to protect itself, are monsters of its own design, with no one's hand to guide their creation. The collision soon started, with the monsters ramming into Silver's army with unimaginable force. But the army was not just any army. They were not just any creatures. They were abyssal creatures, beings made from the abyss. They were born far stronger than any normal evolved human. But that was not all. With Silver's 10 times buff, they were even stronger than before, terrifyingly strong now. The abyssal creatures started ripping into the monsters, turning it into a bloody massacre. They didn't allow even one monster to get past them. Silver and the others watched as this unfolded. Silver remembered when he was eager to fight these things. Back then, they would have been a great boost for him, but not anymore. Now their EXP was only about 10,000. But that was still a good amount for him. He wanted to use this opportunity to rise to level 10 evolved if possible. If each monster that his summons killed was giving him 10,000, that translated to 100,000, so he would need 60 of them dead for his next level up. Looking at it now, it was not something hard anymore. He would be able to get it quickly. While the summons and monsters were battling, Silver decided to see how many stats he had to allocate and how much EXP he needed until the next level. Name, Silver, Evolved race, Dark Dragon, 80%, Human, 20%. Legacy, Dark Dragon Legacy, Awakened. Magical affinities, Summoning, Darkness, Abyss Magic. Mana, 6 million. EXP, 110,000. 6 million. SP, 3,510,000. Level, 6. Evolved. Strength, 65,000. Defense, 65,000. Speed, 65,000. Agility, 65,000. Intelligence, 73,240. Free stat points, 121,000. Silver smiled when he saw the amount. With this alone, he would be able to get his stats to 100,000, and then his clones would have 1,000,000, and his clones would have 10 million. With only 2 of them, he could take down the average demon. With his mind, he already did the perfect calculation that would make all the attributes come together as equal. He added 24,848 to all the stats aside from intelligence, and then he added 17,608, so all his stats came up to: Strength, 90,848. Defense, 90,848. Speed, 90,848. Agility, 90,848. Intelligence, 90,848. He couldn't make them all reach 100,000, but it was close, and from the way his EXP was rising, he would probably be able to level up and surpass 100,000. Silver was still focusing on his stats when he felt a group of his summons die and return to him. That took him by surprise, so he looked up to see what had happened. There, standing a couple of tens of feet tall, was a golem made of trees. Silver was shocked to find this here, but he could tell that it was a defense mechanism from the elves. The massive golem swung its hand and wiped the abyss creatures away. These creatures that were stupidly powerful, yet it did that. But Silver didn't have time to think about how the elves did that. He summoned his clone. The clone stepped out and, without a pause, charged at the tree with a sword. It was one quick move, but the tree was cut up into smaller chunks instantly. But that was not the end, as the monsters kept coming in their numbers, and so did the tree golems. Silver, on the other hand, was happy because the clone's summons had killed enough monsters for him to level up again. Level up, 5,000 free stat points, x10. His SP had also been steadily rising, and Silver felt it was finally time for a new spell, a very, very expensive one. All this time, he had been using the spells that he had bought long ago, and they had been working, but now, he needed something truly devastating, something truly beyond what he had gotten before. System, give me an abyss spell that costs all the SP I have, he said to the system. He didn't know what the system would bring up, as he had never dug deep into finding a spell, but when the list pulled up right in front of him, he was immediately intrigued. To ensure that nothing disturbed him while he tried to buy what he wanted, he summoned 2 extra clones to take care of the tree golems with the army. The list he received was outworldly. It had so many powerful items that he could not even understand why they were that powerful. 1. Abyssal Genesis A. Birth of the Unformed Void. Effect: the caster becomes the core of a new reality, erasing the current world within a 10,000 kilometer radius and replacing it with an endless abyss of pure nothingness. All living beings caught within are stripped of their existence, their souls devoured by the void, ensuring they can never be reincarnated. Black Sun Oblivion A. Summoning of the Star Eater. Effect: a second sun appears in the sky, but it is a dead star, an inverted abyssal sun that radiates an all-consuming darkness. Anything caught in its light is reduced to antimatter, causing entire continents to collapse into themselves. The black sun continues expanding until nothing remains but void. The Crawling End A. Release of the Hunger Beyond. Effect: the caster opens a rift to the abyssal maw, allowing an eldritch horror of infinite mouths and writhing limbs to emerge. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be reasoned with, or it simply eats everything. Every living being it consumes is erased from history, their very existence undone. The more it devours, the larger it grows, and once it has finished one world, it hungers for another. Devourer's Eclipse A. The Moon that Hungers. Effect: the caster binds the moon with abyssal chains, twisting it into a massive, living entity that awakens with an insatiable hunger. The moon splits open, revealing a titanic maw that begins devouring the sky itself. Stars are swallowed. Light ceases to exist. Gravity collapses as reality bends under its insurmountable pull. Eventually, the world itself is consumed, leaving only the moon, drifting endlessly in the void. Oblivion's choir, the song of the final silence. Effect. A chorus of unearthly voices begins to resonate across existence. Anyone who hears even a single note is instantly silenced, mind, body, and soul. The spell spreads like a virus through sound, rippling across the universe. No screams, no thoughts, no memories remain. Only an eternal silence, where nothing has ever existed. Ruinous descent. The world falls to the abyss. Effect. The sky shatters like glass, and an abyssal force pulls everything downward. Land, oceans, cities, even time itself. The world is dragged into an infinite darkness, crushed under an unfathomable pressure. Space warps, existence crumbles, and all things descend into an eternal abyss where nothing can ever rise again. Eternal midnight. The sun's final breath. Effect. The caster snuffs out the sun itself, not just its light, but its concept. No sun will ever rise again. The world is plunged into an endless void where warmth, life, and time no longer exist. Shadows take on monstrous forms, feeding on what remains. The sky becomes a yawning abyss, swallowing all who dare to look upon it. The Hollow King's dominion. Sovereignty of the abyss. Effect. The caster declares themselves ruler of the abyss, and the world bends to their will. All laws of reality are rewritten. Gravity becomes meaningless, life is stripped of mortality, and all beings become mere extensions of the caster. The spells were cataclysmic spells, world-shattering spells. Silver didn't believe that even with his SP, he could afford a spell of this magnitude. It was way too powerful. But then the system sent a message that explained it all. Because I am truly sorry, I offer my last helping hand. Move fast. It won't last long. When Silver read it, he could already tell who it was that allowed it to be possible that these spells were purchasable. It was Ophelia. He didn't know what she wanted him to think or if she wanted him to forgive her, but he didn't care because right now, before him was the choice to pick the spell that would absolutely change the game for him. He looked through them all, and one called out to him, one that he felt was the one. The crawling end. Release of the hunger beyond. It fit what he had always wanted to be from the beginning, a summoner. And now, right before his eyes was the ability to be the ultimate summoner. As soon as he made the choice, the spell was bought, and all the information came to him. And he decided to summon it. The Eldritch Horror, the being that was unstoppable. Silver's eyes went all black suddenly, and black liquid poured from his eyes. The sky went black, and horror set in. Everyone, every demon, and every elf watched as the skies became as black as the abyss. It slowly started turning liquid. The sky bubbled like a thick, viscous liquid. All of a sudden, a cry so loud and terrifying sounded from the clouds. It was filled with pain and torture. Everyone who heard the cries took cover to close their ears. Their minds were slowly invaded by the scream. Those that were weaker fell to the ground, writhing and foaming at the mouth. Demons and elves alike. The scream continued for minutes and then finally stopped. As it stopped, a thick, viscous drop started forming in the sky. The drop got larger and larger until finally, it popped, and something fell from it, a very massive thing that towered several hundred feet tall. When it almost reached the ground, legs sprouted from it, over 20 legs. Yet when it touched the ground, the legs were barely able to keep it standing. This monstrosity was covered with mouths all over its body, with tongues that extended hundreds of meters away. This creature stood there in defiance of all that is good and normal. If there ever was a right time to call a being an abomination, it would be right now. This towering being stood there without moving. The monsters of the forest fled for their dear lives, as they understood that this being was something they could never hope to touch. The aura it emitted alone could melt their skin and flesh. The person that had summoned this creature stood in one place. The creature was several feet behind him. His eyes were still black, and the liquid didn't stop oozing out of them. "Master, what is happening?" Drake called out to her, trying to see if Silver was still there. "I'm going to end this war and all this now." "The demons will not have their way," Silver said, and then took a step. As he did, The creature he had summoned started moving, its massive body destroying the forest. It stretched out one of its tongues and carried Silver, along with the others, into its mouth. It was so fast and powerful that neither Drake nor Elsa could react to it. They were all put into the mouth of this thing. The creature closed its teeth, but not fully, allowing them to see and breathe. After Silver was secure inside the creature, it started walking. Every step it took, everything died around it. It was the walking definition of doom. Silver sat cross-legged inside the mouth of this creature, but the others had a look of worry and panic on their faces. "Silver, what exactly is this?" Lily asked. "A spell not of this world, a power beyond this world," Silver said. "Then how can you cast it?" Ares asked. "I am capable of refilling my mana almost as fast as I use it, so I am barely able to keep this spell running. That's why I must stay in this state," Silver explained and didn't speak again. The demon army had been marching through the forest when all of a sudden, the sky darkened and a creature, extremely massive, fell from the sky. Immediately this figure stood. The threat all of them felt was massive. The leader of the demons called the army to a halt. He stared at the colossal creature, and fear gripped him. He, who was a mighty demon, the peak of this world, why was this creature inducing fear in him now? He could not allow word of this to spread, word that he shivered at the sight of some creature. Gathering his strength and courage, he flew into the air, all four wings flapping at the same time. He watched the creature stand there, and then, all of a sudden, the creature began moving toward them. With the size of this creature, it would take less than 2 minutes for it to get to them. The demon had to make a choice: continue the mission to the elves with this thing chasing after them, or face this creature head-on. For this demon who loved war, the answer was clear. He turned to face his army and lifted his sword. "My demons, a new threat has shown itself, and now it's headed for us. This is the work of those that want to stop the rising of the demons. Now charge and take down that enemy," the leader yelled. The demons roared and raged before charging into battle to fight the creature Silver had summoned. But this was no battle, it was a feast. The tongues of this creature shot out from all its mouths. They latched onto the demons suddenly, pulling them into the many mouths of this creature. It was not even a fight. It was like flies headed for a frog, and then the frog ate them all. The demons that had yet to reach this creature were shocked by this, but before they could run away in retreat, the tongues latched onto them and pulled them in. The leader of the demons watched in horror. They were the ultimate beings, the ones that stood on top of it all, yet somehow all of them were killed so easily. How was this possible? Ophelia stood before a large glowing light. There was a void around the light and a bridge that led to it, stopping only a few feet away. It was on that bridge that Ophelia stood. She seemed uneasy and, to an extent, scared. She looked at the light, watching and waiting for something. "Ophelia, you have run out of time. Your actions have tipped the scale all too much now. Because of you, a being that should not walk your world has been released into it. Its very presence will shatter the reality of your world. Why would you take such a risk knowing the consequences?" Order asked Ophelia, but she stood quiet, not saying a single word to Order. Ophelia stared at the light for minutes without uttering a word. She looked right at it, portraying confidence. "You cannot change the way this universe works, Ophelia. You cannot escape Order. You are but a speck in the grand scheme of things. Pulling attention to yourself like a lost child, or you should throw away all this disobedience and do as I have planned for you. Then there will be no issues. I hear the parallels run. I have seen all the routes. No matter what you do, I will always know and stop you." Order spoke. "You said I am nothing but a speck in the grand scheme of things, right? That means I am nothing to be worried about. I am no one before you. You are the all-seeing and all-knowing Order, right? A being so powerful it took control of an entire universe. So answer me, why then do you focus on me? I am nothing but a goddess of one world. I am not a primordial being, neither am I anything special. I am just one lowly god. What I do should not register before you. What I say, what I plan, they should be nothing before you," Ophelia said. "It is beyond that, Ophelia. It is not a matter of how small you are or how little you believe your actions impact the scheme of things. This universe is a web structure, every life intertwined and mixed. The death of one person in one world could lead to the death of several more in another world. You may see your actions as little and small, but you have had an uncanny effect on the web that is this universe, the delicately intertwined seam that I strongly struggled to create. You are unraveling it. I have faced many troublesome beings and gods over the eons, but you managed to go beyond what I believe is normal. I try to see how your mind works and why you do the things that you do, but I am unable to, and that in itself has made me wary of you. It is rare for a being to exist that I cannot fully understand. But you seemingly have that ability to somehow block me out. I have tried my best to make this easier to stop you from doing what you want. All you had to do was become a normal goddess and rule your world in quietness. Ophelia scoffed as she heard all that. Then she smiled. How am I to believe what you have said, that I am a specker when seemingly I am an unreadable being? What's stopping me from believing that I am actually very important in the scheme of things? I have never seen you so eager to stop any other god. Evil gods, mad gods, and all sorts of gods do what they want, yet they are left to walk free however they want. Yet I am chained by your rules, and freedom has only become a pipe dream for me. Ophelia said. She tried to force down her anger. Your actions have proven to unravel what had been created long before you and that dark dragon that you made and keep making. You almost caused the complete and utter destruction of this universe. That dark dragon almost destroyed everything, and now you have made another, similar and worse than the first. Your actions will soon cause this universe to shatter, and when that happens, what will you do? How will you keep this universe afloat? Order asked. His tone was beginning to sound pissed, no longer the empty and stoic voice of reason and wisdom that he always had. It seemed as if talking about the first dark dragon enraged Order. Ophelia noticed the change and giggled. She smiled and spoke. So that's the reason for all this? Your anger and rage at the dark dragon. You are enraged because a mortal being rose, regardless of all your efforts to stop him. You are angry that that same mortal being became powerful enough to remain untouched in the universe. You are angry that someone capable of being a threat to you has risen. And in the end, he actually got to you. A mortal being rose to the level of godhood, rose to the level of the primordial, rose to the level of the cosmic and almost universal. That scared you to no end. And when he finally came to battle you, I'm sure you were shocked beyond measure, the first being ever to go against you and almost win. Didn't he even injure you? A being was capable of touching Order and injuring Order. That's why you are doing this. You want to make sure that I never create something like that again, Ophelia said. She had a smug look on her face. All she had said was to make sure that she picked at Order's feelings. Many beings, if not all, believe that Order has no emotions, but she knew better. I am not enraged. That dark dragon had no chance of defeating me, not in 1,000 years. But his presence shook the reality I had struggled for eons to build. Having you create another one would not be ideal. It would cause harm to the universe. No being should have the potential for infinite growth, and no god should be able to bestow it on any being. So if you truly want to be free from all of this, you can tell me how you were able to bestow that on the dark dragons. Where did you obtain the ability to give beings infinite growth? Order asked. It seems you are truly not all-knowing, Order. No matter how much you push and fight for it, I will never tell you how, because if I did that, you would become undefeatable. And the fact is that in reality, that secret is the only reason why I am still alive. Otherwise, you would have destroyed me. So I'll never tell you, Ophelia said. Silver had long outgrown Argon, though this fact was hidden. Ophelia hid it. Long ago, when the seventh continent was about to fall to the same fate that the others had fallen to, Ophelia had a plan. She wanted to craft something different, yes, not entirely different, in order to trick Order. She decided to make something that would seem the same yet vastly different. The first phase of her plan was the SSS legacy. Only she and Silver knew about that legacy, but in reality, that legacy was not the power of the first dark dragon like she had given to the others that had come before Silver. No, she changed something. The legacy Silver gained was one modified in secret. Ophelia changed the structure. It carried not just the power of the first dark dragon, but she also took his essence, his memories, and everything that was him. She took a part of his soul that she had, a small sliver he gave her once upon a time. She infused all this into the creation of Silver's legacy, but that was not all she did. Wanting something far more powerful, because she wanted to change the game this time, she broke off a part of her own soul. A small fragment of divinity, but it would grow with him. She infused this into Silver's soul when he arrived. The truth of the issue was that Silver would always pick the SSS legacy that she had prepared. No matter what he did, it was always going to end up in his hands. And when he agreed to her task, she would have the opportunity to create the perfect body, the replica of the first dragon. Silver had become the first dark dragon all over again. He had the soul and being of the first dark dragon, with the soul of Ophelia hidden deep inside him. This was the reason that Silver pulled more attention than all the other variants before him, because he was the spitting image of the first dark dragon, the recreation. Sure, all the variants looked the same, but their souls were vastly different. But Silver had almost the same soul as the first. It was this that pulled the attention of the person that bred to assassinate him. It was this that caused Ragnar to want to destroy Argon. The first dark dragon had become a very powerful and mighty being that made thousands of powerful enemies along the way. Ragnar was one of them, and so when he sensed Silver, he came to this world. Ophelia didn't want Silver to know this, as it would lead to her having to explain all the truth to him, so she told him that Ragnar had been asleep, when that was a blatant lie. This was also the reason why Order sought out any way to get rid of Silver. It was hard for Order to do something like that, though, because he was bound by his own order, which meant an offense must be committed before he could act. He immediately attacked Silver when he was returned to Earth through a breach on Order, an opportunity to take him out. And when the Weeping Angels had moved as well, when it was the former variants, Order had never been so active to rid the world of them. But now he was proactive in doing it. Ophelia understood this, and she had been playing along that line all this time, with the secret she had as well. Ophelia already knew how Silver's story would play out. Even if she gave him all the power, the demons and celestials would come. And when they came, they would kill all those dear to Silver, and Silver would become a vengeful variant like the rest. This was one of the reasons she placed a part of her soul in him. That fragment was what kept Silver obedient to her. And even when he found out about what she had done, he despised her, but didn't hate her. All that was the fragment that she had planted in him. She also altered the true reality of Silver's storyline. She didn't want him ending like the other variants. For the other variants, all the visions that Lily saw came to pass. The terrifying wars and battles, the loss of lives, and more all came to pass. Even the future she saw of Silver being betrayed by someone dearer, that would all happen, and that person would attempt to kill Silver. And that person was Quinn. Quinn was a plant created by the evil god that helped Ophelia. He was the final key set by the evil god to nudge Silver over the edge of insanity at the last moment. All the dreams and sudden awakening of a legacy, all that was the preparation of Quinn to turn into a Ophelia. Order called to her, snapping her out of her thoughts and reminiscing. Her eyes darted to the light. She let out a tired sigh. "Why are you calling me? Aren't we done here?" she asked. "You can't save Argon anymore. Your actions have completely changed everything, and the spell Silver has used is beyond the range of what is allowed in Argon. To restore order, I will give a task to Ragnar to begin the destruction of your world. It will serve him as a little vengeance for what your first dark dragon did to him. But I will look the other way for the first time if you give me the secret you used to give the dark dragons unlimited potential," Order said. "As much as it pains me to let Argon go, I have come so close to finishing my plan. And giving you the secret will surely be the end of me and the end of my plan. I have come too far to back down, and Argon has done its best to stay alive. It is time it goes," Ophelia said. She turned around and walked away from Order without looking back. A tear ran down her cheek as she walked. The Empire of Humanity, once known as the strongest human settlement, the place filled with all the greatest advancements of humanity, their greatest creations, tools, and inventions. Yet this place had fallen desolate, devoid of any human, all due to the reckless actions of a brainwashed king, who allowed the words of Seventh to slither into his mind and consume his ability to think. After many years of thriving and dominating, The empire fell with no human to retell its story. Their lives all sucked dry in order for the coming of the end of their world. Their spirits would surely twist and turn in their graves because of this. The empire had now become the base for the demons. Their numbers were on the rapid rise, and millions of demons had already taken over the entire empire. Each one was stacked with military strength. There was not a single one that came with the mindset of peace and settling down. No, they all came with the mindset to destroy all. For millennia, they had been trapped, waiting for the day that the seals would break. They didn't just sit and wait for that time here. They advanced, they grew, they got stronger. Inside the castle in the capital of the empire, the headquarters of the demons had already been mounted, with demons flying around in a very tight patrol. More and more demons came out of the massive hike at the center of the castle and marched into the capital, battle ready. At the seat of the emperor, the throne that made all decisions in the past, sat a demon. Her elegance and beauty filled the room. A beautiful woman with crimson red hair and two horns coming out of her forehead and curving backward. She wore blood-red armor, with the engraved skull of a demon on its chest. Her crimson eyes blazed as she sat there, her fist underneath her face and one placed on the arm of the throne. This stunning beauty was none other than the commander, Zeth. Though she was beautiful, her beauty was dangerous, a raging war in the body of a beautiful woman. Her sight made the male demons cower in fear. Beside her throne stood two mighty demons, each one covered from head to toe with heavy black armor, and the engraving of a demon skull on their chest. Their helmets covered their heads completely, but their bloodlusting eyes could be seen through the small opening created for their eyes. As she sat there, suddenly, two demons marched in, covered in a smaller armor set than the two guards beside the commander. They walked up to the throne, closed their wings, and saluted. "We greet Commander Zeth," they both said at the same time. "What is it that brings you here already? Is there any news on the world tree? How did the probing army we sent do?" she asked. "Commander, it is about the probing army. We have received word that as they were in the charge, this showed up." The demon to the right spoke. He pulled out a black cube device, placed it on the ground, and pushed a button on it. Immediately, the cube lit up, and a projection was cast of the war scene, with the crawler in it. The commander rose from her feet the moment she saw that creature. She might not have met it face to face, but she could tell from where she stood that it was a devastatingly strong monster, possibly a world-class monster. Who in this time could summon such a creature? The probing army is certainly done for. There is no hope for them against such a creature, she said. "So what do we do, Commander?" the demon to the left asked. "It's simple. I'll go there myself. This is something only a commander or general can handle," she said, and then turned to look at the guard at her throne, pointing at the one to the left. "Get my god slasher," she said. All the demons, including her guards, were stunned by her request. "Commander, your god slasher? Does this creature really require such power?" the demon to the left asked. "Take a look at it. That monster is a threat even the generals would not dare take on without their best weapon. You might not be able to see it, but I can. I can tell that this is a being beyond this world, and even if I take it down now, it is only a temporary solution. It will rise again, soon enough. But until the generals get here, I'll do my best to hold it off," she said. The guard that she had pointed out stretched out both of his hands, and a dark portal appeared. He walked in gallantly. The portal stayed open for a while, and finally, the demon returned. On his shoulder was a sword so black, light would disappear upon touching it. The sword was a very mighty great sword, but there was nothing special about it. No designs that were stunning, no runes, nothing. But that was because the power emitted by the sword shattered anything put on it, taking back its real form after. The sword loved to be bare and free. When the guard walked out, they could see that his legs were trembling under the force of the sword. Every step he took created a crater in the ground. He walked slowly until he got to the commander. She stretched out her hand and took the sword from him like it was nothing. Immediately, she did, the guard fell to his knees, breathing hard. "Thank you," she said in an emotionless tone. "Now to go get my first real battle in thousands of years," she said, and walked out of the throne room with the god slasher on her shoulder. She made it out of the castle. She dropped the sword from her shoulder, unfolded her wings, and shot into the world with instantaneous speed. The crawler slowly made its way through the army of demons while Silver controlled it. Though there was one major issue with this spell, Silver was not gaining the exp from the demons that were getting eaten. The crawler was absorbing them entirely, and nothing was getting to Silver. The only thing Silver could do was control it. Even with all 11 minds working at hyperdrive, the strain that came from controlling the crawler was still extremely massive, and it was weighing on him heavily. Silver was certain that he would not be able to use this spell for a very long while after he did now, but for now that he had it, he would wipe away the entire demon army here. The crawler continued eating until the demons started trying to run, but they could not outrun the tongues of this creature. While he was busy killing the demons, he felt a sudden presence headed for him. Someone was coming. It was fast and very strong from the looks of things. Silver controlled the crawler. It shot over 100 of its tongues at the incoming person, but what followed was a massive explosion. The tongues were ripped into pieces, but they immediately started growing back. Silver was shocked at the fact that someone managed to harm this monstrosity. He looked at the figure who had finally come out of the clouds and saw her. Commander Zeth looked down at the crawler with a frown. The slash she used now, as she had expected it to heavily damage the creature, yet it took it and immediately healed back up. It seemed she had grossly underestimated this monstrosity. "I have to find its weakness," Zeth said. Her eyes glowed as she scanned the crawling end from head to toe, and then finally, her eyes landed on the hidden mouth where Silver was. "So that's where you are?" she said. Silver, on the other hand, was not focusing on the demon commander but rather the sword in her grip. The moment he saw the sword, he felt a strange apprehension for it. From that distance, it was able to send chills down his spine. He knew that the sword was the reason why this demon had been able to cut his tongues. He decided not to make the first move and simply watch this demon to see how she planned on battling the crawling end. Zeth stayed put for a while. After a few minutes, she raised her sword up, her wings spread wide, and with one flap, she covered the distance in an instant. But the crawler was not slow, as it fired black liquid projectiles at an incredible speed. The blast projectiles were extremely fast and powerful. Zeth moved her sword as fast as she could, blocking the projectiles, but the force pushed her back, and some of the liquid landed on her armor and melted through it. She looked at the holes in shock. She couldn't believe that the liquid melted through demon-forged armor. That meant if she hadn't carried God Slasher, she would have already been dead. With that new realization, she knew she had to be far more nimble to survive. She flew faster, and when the crawler fired the liquid, she dodged and blocked them. She thought she would be able to make it through this time, but suddenly, more mouths formed on the crawler, all focused on her, a tiny speck. Immediately, they started firing the liquid projectiles at her. She had not expected this turn of events. She immediately went into full defense, swinging her blade like her life depended on it, blocking all the attacks, though some still brushed her, melting her armor and charring her skin. The liquid projectiles that she blocked and dodged all hit the ground, melting the ground and forming deep craters several hundred meters wide with melted, bubbling sand inside. Zeth's armor was heavily melted at this point, and her burnt skin was showing, but rather than fear or worry, there was a look of excitement on her face. "Ha ha 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 ha. This is it, this is it. Someone that will give me a near-death experience here. Show me all you have," she roared after a wild cackle. Silver heard that and couldn't help but smirk as well. He thought that when he got the crawler, he would be invincible and take out the demons, but it seemed he had been wrong. The crawler was not the only world-shattering being to exist. "Come at me, give me a good fight," Silver said in his mind. The strain on all his minds was heavy. His mana was pushing to keep regenerating and pumping more for his attacks. His whole body screamed at him to stop the crawler spell, but he wasn't. He wanted to take it to the max, to see what the strength of Ophelia's gift was. Zeth shot toward the crawler again, flying for the mouth Silver was in. The crawler responded with a barrage of shots aimed at her, but she didn't stop or try to block. She raised the sword above her head and gritted her teeth. Ugh! She let out a roar and slashed down with all her strength. The slash carried so much force it blasted all the crawler's attacks away and went on to dig into the crawler's flesh. The inside of the crawler was as black as its outside. The wound was deep, but nothing compared to its size. The wound healed up almost instantly, and another set of mouths took its place, firing more attacks at her. She had not expected that, so the attacks landed on her. Her body flew through the air, a huge part of her armor melted. She landed and tilted in the ground before coming to a stop. She got back up, but rather than have the look of someone who took a very massive hit, she had a very wide smile on her face. She readied herself to attack once more. Silver looked at this demon, and for some reason, he was impressed by her. Maybe it was her resilience, maybe it was her fighting spirit, but something about her was pulling him. Let's end this, it has dragged on far enough, he said to himself. The strain had started becoming unbearable. His mana and body were having difficulty handling it. He needed to end this as fast as possible. He made several hundred mouths form on the crawler, and at the same time, they attacked Zoth, firing their projectile attacks. Zoth, who was on the ground, looked up at the incoming attack. She smiled even harder and swung her god slasher in a full circle, around her back and to the front. The blade erupted in pure deep flames. She shot out a flame arc that grew in size as it went, destroying the attacks. She immediately flew in behind the flame arc, using the small gap it created to make her way toward the crawler. But even then, some of the attacks brushed against her and burned her skin. Yet she kept going and flying faster. She set her sword to thrust and threw all caution to the wind. The flame arc that had been protecting her finally ran out, and now she was flying bare, no protection aside from her sword. But from the way she positioned it, she wasn't planning on using it to block an attack she was trying to attack. The mouths shot out more attacks faster, but she brute forced through them, her skin burning up at a visible pace. She would either die before she got to the crawler or she would manage to reach it. And to Silver's surprise, she did reach. Her sword pierced through the crawler and immediately exploded in flames as she flew through it. Her size compared to the crawler was extremely small, but the God Slasher was a weapon beyond this mortal world. It blew a massive hole through the crawler as she flew through it. When she came out of the other side, her entire body was burned, covered with blood and flesh. She landed on the ground with her wings almost falling off, but her sacrifice had not been for nothing. That attack was the final blow. Silver could not take it anymore. The strain had overloaded. He could no longer hold the spell up. The massive being that was the crawler turned into a huge blob of black liquid and splashed to the floor, overflowing the forest and melting everything it touched. Lily, teleport everyone into the Empire. Now that the forest wall has fallen, it should be possible. Don't worry about me, Silver communicated with her telepathically as they were still in the air. She nodded in response to him and then used a spell. A huge portal appeared and suddenly sucked everyone inside, leaving Silver. She didn't want to do that, but she understood the gravity of the situation and knew that if they stayed, they would only be getting in his way. After they left, Silver took out his wings and flew into the air. His body ached, and he was mentally tired, but his battle was not over yet. He looked down at Zoth. Her flesh and body were slowly healing up, but the damage she suffered was very heavy. It would take a long while for her to actually heal. It finally makes sense, Zoth said from the ground. You are the Black Dragon. It finally makes sense that you would be the one to stand against us. Zoth forced her wounded wings to lift her up. She looked Silver right in the eye. I came here expecting to have a good battle, but this was far more than what I expected. You might be too big of an issue, Dark Dragon. For someone that can create a monstrosity capable of almost defeating a demon commander, that's beyond dangerous. The only reason I survived is not because of the monster, but because of you, the wielder. You were too weak to bring out its full potential and strength, she said. You speak a lot for someone that is almost dead. I might not have been able to take you down how I wanted, but in your state, I doubt you can even fight at 1% of your strength. And that sword, you will not be able to raise it up again. For now, I have won against you, demon, Silver said. I like you, Dark Dragon. You are interesting. I will retreat for now. I need to recover, and so do you. Along the line, we will fight again till our hearts are content, she said in a jolly tone. And when we do meet, then I'll kill you, Silver said. I look forward to it, Dark Dragon. My name is Zeth. I look forward to meeting you again. Tell me your name when you meet me, she said. Her wings had healed enough to carry her, and she was able to fly away. Silver could not give chase because he was also very weak. The fact that the battle had ended this way was a win in his book. He was still shocked, though. The fact that the demons had beings and weapons that could literally destroy this world was shocking. I'll continue to never understand why Ophelia put such things into her world. This power scale is way too much, Silver said. The entire elf forest wall had been destroyed by this battle, and the corrosion of the black liquid was still spreading and reaching all across the forest. Silver watched it for a while before flying in the direction of the Empire to meet with the others. As he left, Seventh appeared where he had just been. He looked down at the liquid on the ground and frowned. Why is Ophelia trying to make Silver different from us? What is her game plan? Surely giving him more destructive power won't save her world, he said. Silver flew right for the capital of the Elven Empire. He didn't plan to stop until he made it to the capital. Because of the demon army, all the Elven army was pushed to the forest wall. It would take them some time to understand why their forest's wall was suddenly destroyed, what that creature was, and why it took down the demons. Because of all those factors, the army would not be able to head back to the capital anytime soon. Silver estimated that they would first be in panic about the forest wall that was destroyed. The entire army would have to stay at the border to watch and ensure they stopped any intruders who would want to take advantage of this, especially the demons themselves. Because of this, Silver could fly unhindered with no one to stop him. Even if there was someone, at the speed he was moving, they would still not be able to stop him. When he arrived at the capital of the Empire, the elves set to protect the Empire began firing magical cannons at him. Massive blasts of explosive mana hurled through the air at a speed faster than sound. Silver had no idea this sort of thing even existed in the first place. He dodged in the air, avoiding all the cannon blasts as best as he could. He didn't attack the elves back because he understood the situation they were in. They were panicked, scared. Amber, I am flying outside your capital. I need you to tell the elves to stop taking shots at me, Silver said, but he got no response from her. His stomach churned when that happened. He had felt this just a few days ago. The same thing happened when the Dark Dragon was under attack. Since he could not make it to her, he decided to try and talk to Drake. Drake, where are you all? He asked. Master, come quick, Drake said, and the connection disconnected. When Silver felt that, he didn't care about anything that was going to happen. He shot for the castle close to the World Tree. His wings flapped with as much strength as he could muster. A sonic boom followed as he shot toward the castle. He flew past the cannons, and the elves could not follow his movements at all. He arrived at the castle, his feet touched the ground, and without even pausing for a second, he charged into the castle. He burst through the doors without stopping. He could sense his guardians. He could tell they were close to the World Tree. He ran through the castle and used the same path they had used before to make it to the tree. When he arrived right before the tree, he was met with a gruesome scene. On the ground were the mutilated bodies of several elves, their bodies scattered along the floor. Some of the elves were old, and some seemed very young. In the room stood a slim-looking man. He had pale white skin and crimson-red eyes. He had a sickening smile on his face. His hands were covered in blood. In one of his hands was the hair of an unconscious Amber. This man held her by the hair and pulled it like she was a bag of potatoes. Silver's eyes widened in shock and rage when he saw this. His sword appeared in his hands. His hand trembled as he held the grip of his sword, his anger continuously rising. Master, please don't rush in, Drake said. Silver turned his head slowly, and he saw Thema the Guardians, his summons, Aaron, Leah, Quinn, and Amber's father standing there, but one of his arms had been ripped off. Master, that is a demon, but he is not like the other ones. He is different, Drake said. He didn't have the words to explain what this man was. Ha 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 ha, so you are the Dark Dragon? The man suddenly asked, pulling Silver's attention. Let go of her, now, Silver growled in a low tone, his teeth turning into sharp canines. Why would I let go of her? I need her in order to get back the tree. I knew that Commander Zeth would surely fail to get the tree, so I had to come myself. It was a fun trip, having to rip through unsuspecting elves and steal their identity, the man said. He tugged at Amber's hair more as he did, his sick smile widening. I said let go of her, Silver roared. Why? You wouldn't hurt a little kid now, would you? The demon asked. His human form twisted and turned into a small elf child. He looked at Silver with wide, pleading eyes before he burst into uncontrollable laughter. When he finally stopped, he looked at Silver and spoke. I stole this child's identity a few minutes ago. What do you think about it? He will forever be a part of me, living and surviving in me, the demon said. I don't care. You can try whatever grotesque and twisted tricks you have, but they will have no effect on me. All I want is for you to let go of Amber, Silver said. Oh, you are a tough one, but that's not an issue. I was only trying to see what you are like, the demon said and turned back to normal. Let us be honest. I am by far stronger than that Zeth. I don't need my weapon to combat you in your current state. You and I know that you are incapable of using that spell you used to create that creature again for a while. And even if you could, it would take a lot of time before it came, and in that time, I would have already killed her. Anything you want to do now, I will kill her before you can save her. Don't get me wrong, I need her for the tree, but I can find another way to get what I want. So what do you have to say, Dark Dragon? Silver looked at the demon with rage in his eyes. What the demon had said was true. If he made a move, Amber might die. He could try to be fast or use his clones. But if this demon was telling the truth and was stronger than Zeth, then he would certainly be able to kill Amber in a split second. Silver drew a deep breath to calm down. He closed his eyes and opened them. He stabbed his sword into the ground and stood straight. Tell me then, what exactly do you want her to do? I'll help you how I can as long as you let go of her after that, Silver said, making sure his stance was clear. I will let her go as long as she does what I want. I understand your strength, and I would hate for you to start chasing me all over the world. This world tree belongs to us demons and the Celestials, but after we left, it was given to the elves, a race that doesn't even have divine power. How stupid is that? So now that we are back, we want the tree back, and with it, we will not only have the power to create the races, but we will also have the power to recreate this world, change it from what it is to what we want it to become. And do you know why we want to do that? Well, we want to merge all the demons on all the continents and all this world. That goddess has used this world as a joke for too long, so we will change that and create a new world, a world where the strong rule. If humans and all races want to survive, they will have to survive on their own, the demon explained. How do you know about what Ophelia did? You are not supposed to know that, Silver said. Ha 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 ha. It seems you already know about it. That means he was right. He was right that she would tell the Dark Dragon about it and that this was the final chance for us. He was right that if we kept warring and trying to destroy everything, it would give the Dark Dragon the opportunity to destroy this world. So that has been your plan, to destroy the world and all of us in it, the demon said. Silver, what is he saying? Aaron asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Oh, he hasn't told you? Well, it's not my place to say. I only steal identities. I don't tell people's secrets. That being said, this lady in my hands possesses the spirit of the tree, and I need her to access the innermost part of the tree with me and hand over all control, the demon said. She can't do that. The interior of the tree is filled with the purest and most potent power for creation and destruction. If she goes in there, she might not make it, Amber's father said. I don't really care about that. All I want is for her to give me control of the tree. I don't care how long it takes or if it kills her, she will do what I want, the demon responded. Silver pulled his sword from the ground. He stared at the demon and spoke. You will not put her in such risk. If there is no other way, then it will not happen, he said. Oh, there is no other way, or more like I refuse to look for another way, Dark Dragon. You see, you could have stopped me, you could have fixed all these issues, but you allowed your love and care for this person to cloud your judgment. You love her, don't you? Such a human emotion, yet it overpowers the one being that it should nurture. Pride. Pride is supposed to be your greatest emotion. It is supposed to be what drives you. It is supposed to be what keeps you going, not love. You are a dragon, or a dark one, to be precise. We created you with pride in mind. We made you to be a being of pure, unfiltered pride, not some loving creature. I will be taking her into that tree, and I'll be making sure I get control of the tree. Now, you can try to stop me, at the risk, or you can find a way to make sure that she doesn't die. It's all your call, Dark Dragon. What will you do now? The demon asked, tugging on Amber's hair as he spoke. Silver frowned. He was backed into a corner now. He had no SP to try and get a skill or spell that would help. Amber's life was on the line, and he knew very well that this demon would spare no thought before killing her. Fine. She will go in, but I will go in with her. I'll be there to protect her from the energy within the tree, Silver said. Master, you might die in there, Drake said. And Amber won't? I don't have a choice, Drake. I have to save her, even if it will cost me. I won't allow her to die, and I won't allow anyone else to die, Silver said. You should listen to the vampire. Only with a coating of divine energy can you survive the tree. Even the elf girl has a better chance of survival as she is connected to the tree. After all, the demon said. That's none of my concern. If she is going in, I'll go with her. I'm sure that I can at least withstand the tree for a bit, Silver said. Ha ha ha, that's because what you see here is not the full tree. We will be heading to the core. When we arrive there, you will understand why your decision was stupid, Dark Dragon, the demon said. Enough of the talk. Just lead the way, and let's get this over with, Silver said. He just wanted to get her back already. It seems you are eager for your death. Well then, follow me, but don't try anything funny, the demon said. He lifted Amber up by her waist and placed her on his shoulder before heading toward the tree. Silver turned and looked at everyone. He had a sober expression on his face. I promise you, I will tell you all there is to know if I make it back. Also, if something should happen, take Amber and head to the dungeon in Ribist. The core is still with your Drake. Use it and defend everyone, Silver said. What are you even saying, bro? You are coming back. You don't have a choice in this, Quinn said. Silver smiled and looked at Quinn. Quinn, I know I have been one major ass of a brother. I'm lucky to have you put up with everything that I do. Take care of Leo and keep her safe here for me, for Mum and Dad, and for Mike. Silver finished talking and followed the demon toward the tree. They walked to the tree and stood in front of it. The demon placed his hand on the tree. It glowed for a few seconds, and then he and Amber were pulled into the tree instantly. When Silver opened his eyes, he saw the inside of the world tree. It was a beautiful scene filled with light and green pulsing veins all over the interior, but the demon didn't give Silver time to admire the beauty. Follow me. We are heading to the core. Also, the light within here is called divine light. It feels soft and warm, but it will soon start devouring you whole, dragon, he said with a smirk. He flew up without warning, going high toward the massive glowing ball at the top. Just move your body. It's like walking. Do not think about it, just do it. The demon explained to Silver how to fly inside the tree. Silver took a deep breath, and with that, his body shot upward, heading for the glowing ball as well. When Silver arrived at the ball, he saw the green veins all connected to it. So this is the source, the core of the tree, Silver said. Indeed, the powerhouse of the tree. Now, it is time to sever the connection of the legs and the tree, the demon said, and suddenly tossed Amber to Silver. Silver grabbed her as fast as he could and shot the demon a cold look filled with bloodlust. Don't try to attack me now that you have her. There is only one way you can leave here without her dying, and that's by doing what I said she has to do. If you try to escape, I will destroy the core, and before you are able to get away, this core will explode. The explosion will destroy billions of lives and also cause Argon to shatter due to the overload. This core is extremely fragile yet so powerful. A single hit, and everything is over, the demon said. Silver didn't say anything. He focused on Amber and nudged her slowly, but she didn't wake up. Don't be stupid. I held and dragged her by the hair, and she didn't wake up. What makes you think that nudge will work? The demon asked. Silver didn't pay attention to him, though. He focused on Amber. Amber, it's me, Silver. Can you hear me? Silver asked her. Her eyes twitched, and after a few seconds, she slowly opened them. The first face she saw as she opened her eyes was the face that she longed to see, and here he was right before her. Without a second thought, she threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. Silver, I thought I would never get to see you again, she said, her tone happy and sad all at the same time. Silver hugged her tightly. He had never held her like this before, but now he did. After they separated, she looked at Silver and was shocked. Silver, you are cracking up, she said. Silver immediately took a look at his hands and saw that he was indeed cracking up. The effect of the tree had started to kick in. I'm sorry, Amber. I had to save your life, and to do that, I will protect you as you transfer the rulership of the world tree to him, Silver said and pointed to the demon. Amber turned around. As soon as her eyes lay on the demon, her rage exploded, and she tried to attack, but Silver grabbed her. Amber, take a look at where we are, please. We are at the core of the tree. If you fight here, the core will explode, killing you along with millions. We can't win this. Please, I know this is so much to ask of you, but you have to hand it to him. I'm here because there is no other way. I'm here, dying at the moment, because I tried and couldn't fix it. I'm tired of doing anything for the world. All I want is for you guys and my friends and family to be happy and free, and to me, this tree is worthless. So please, Amber, please hand it over to him, Silver begged Amber. Amber stared at him calmly. Of course, I'll do what you say. I don't want you to die trying to protect me, but I know you will not stop even if I begged you. So I will do it. I'll do it as fast as I can, and we can get out of here, right? She asked with an eager face. She was getting panicked as she saw Silver cracking. Silver knew he was not telling her the truth. There was very little chance for him to come out unscathed when the process started, but he was not going to let her know. It was for her own good. He had to do this and make sure that she didn't die here. Yeah, that's all we need to do, Silver said. Now that Silver had convinced Amber that what they would be doing was going to be simple, she faced the demon and asked, so how do I do it? How do I transfer the world tree to you? She asked. It is a really simple process. You have to awaken the spirit. When the spirit is awakened, you will be able to see the link, and you must sever that link, the demon said. Silver looked at Amber, and she nodded in understanding. When did you know that you were connected with the tree? Silver asked. For the longest time, but my father knew it was a risk to allow people to know I knew. Only when you knew about your connection could you use your power. He didn't trust other races or even elves taking advantage of me. I guess it was all for nothing at the end, seeing I am here about to use it now for something that might destroy the world, she said. You are doing what you must. You are saving your own life because your life is what is important. So do what you must, Amber, and I'll be the shield that makes sure you get out of this safely, Silver promised. Amber stretched out her hand and shut her eyes. She began awakening the spirit. Immediately she started, the energy levels inside started spiking, and Silver's skin started cracking at a very quick pace. But he was not worried about himself. He was worried about Amber because she had started getting small little cracks on her body. Silver didn't waste a second. Immediately he saw that. He transformed into his full dragon. He stretched out his wings and covered her as best as he could, blocking the destructive energy from getting to her. There was nothing he could use at the moment to defend her or himself. The energy was neither physical nor mana. It was something he had never needed to block, and so he didn't have anything to use. As time passed, more and more divine energy was emitted, and he began cracking up even harder. When he saw that Amber was also still cracking, he channeled all his mana, focusing it around her to make her safe. He created a several-layer thick cover around her body, and it seemed to work in slowing down the process. Silver didn't know how long this was going to take and how long his body would last against the increasingly dangerous emissions of divine energy, but he didn't let up, pushing as best as he could to keep her safe. 10 minutes passed, and 20 minutes passed. His body was now riddled with cracks like the wall of a very old house. His cracks had also started emitting light as the minutes went by. The demon saw this and smiled. We have only made it halfway, it seems. The spirit of the tree has only started forming her physical existence and the link to be severed. but it seems like you will die before that time. That's killing two birds with one stone, because I get to get rid of you in the process of taking the tree because you allowed love to drive you. Let me tell you this now, since for certain you will be dead after Thesa, I will rip the elf into bits and take her identity. She will forever be with me, and you could not be with her forever. If you look at it properly, I am helping you. I am making sure that she is never alone like you are going to leave her to be right now, the demon said, his lips curved up into a wild smile. He looked delighted at the plan that he had just crafted. Silver got enraged at what the demon said. He knew that the demon had calculated that he would die before the whole thing was over and that he would be free to do what he wanted. But Silver had never been a person who agreed with fate and plans that were made about him by someone else. He was going to find a way to turn all of this around, or he would die trying. But what he knew was that he was not allowing Amber to die, no matter what happened here. He began watching closely, a plan already in his mind, and immediately the spirit of the tree started forming. His plan locked into motion. The spirit of the tree was a grand being. She stood several meters high, wearing a beautiful white gown that matched her white glowing hair, but her eyes were covered by a black scarf. Her skin was white as paper, and her aura was extremely warming and comforting. But with her appearance, Silver started cracking faster. By the time this was over, he would shatter. But that was when he made his move. His eyes targeted the link that was connecting Amber's heart and the spirit. He transformed human and flew at an unbelievable speed, faster than the demon could react. He grabbed the link. The divine energy from it immediately filled his palm with webbing like cracks all over. Amber opened her eyes and saw Silver. He was covered with cracks, about to shatter. She saw the link in his hands, and immediately she felt fear and panic. She knew how Silver could be, and she knew that whatever he was doing now, he was not caring about his own safety. Silver tore apart the link, disconnecting Amber from the tree. He grabbed her very quickly and threw her at the walls. She stretched out her hands, trying to hold on to Silver, but she couldn't. She passed through the wall and left the tree. The demon was shocked as all this happened in an instant. He thought he had won, and because of that, he let down his guard. He never thought Silver would make such a last-minute risky move. But Silver was not done. He took the link and placed it on his chest, connecting the link to his heart. This was almost certain death,